गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस बाकी आया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 Knockout करूँ दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ बिना बेरा चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तस्मा जो बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखने दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल ठाठा लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Game over. अभी तो फिलहाल हम मेकअप कर रहे हैं। का मतलब ये कि डोंट शूट। Game master, mag full team क्या खले? माँ का बेटा। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है PUBG मोबाइल के साथ कोलैबोरेट करके, और अब मुझे एक और तरीका मिल गया अपने फैंस से कनेक्ट होने का, पख्तून फैंस से। अपनी आवाज में PUBG मोबाइल खेलने का मौका मिलेगा, अपना अच्छा लगेगा, आप खुद सोचे। तो कोई एक चीज वियर्ड नहीं है, वो तो बहुत कुछ ऐसा कई दफा हुआ है कि थैंक यू वेरी मच कह के या बिल्कुल खामोशी से मैं निकल गई। PUBG तो मैं सोच रही हूँ जो इस वक्त मेरी टीम यहाँ पे मैं इनके साथ खेलूँ, मजे का, कीप रॉकिंग। यूथ में मेरी बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग है और फैंस वाकई मुझसे बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, बहुत हार्डकोर हैं। तो लेट्स गो। तो अभी हम रास्ते में हैं और हम जा रहे हैं अपने स्टूडियो की तरफ वॉइस ओवर्स के लिए। वॉइस पैक आने वाला है PUBG मोबाइल में पश्तो में। सो यस, मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड। माँ कवर का अल्लाह का माँ सरा मदद का। और मुझे प्राउड इस बात पे कि मैं पठान हूँ, मुसलमान हूँ। मैं आज जो हूँ जहाँ हूँ, यकीनन मेरे कल्चर की कदर ही है जो मुझे यहाँ तक लेके आई। आप लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग कब शुरू करेंगे? बहुत जल्द मुझे लगता है। इसके बाद तो एक बनता है सेशन, तो वो तो आप जल्दी देखेंगे मुझे। हेलो 1 2 3 4 चेक साउंड चेक। हाँ नहीं याला का मासरा मदद का माँ खबर का हाँ देर का याला का तो पक्कू पकार दे ज़माफिक वार याला का ब्याह बप्पा यूज़े गेम का ज़्यादा बच करम मनना माँ खबर का देर का माँ बांधे डज़ों के। So thank you PUBG मोबाइल, आप लोगों ने मुझे मौका दिया, मैं बहुत अच्छी लग रही थी, बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स मिले, थैंक यू।
FMxR3D Esports. If you guys think you've heard this name before, you might have, because R3D Esports, they have been in the PUBG Mobile Pro League season since the beginning of it all, and this time it's a revamped lineup that's going to be here.
Season 3, Season 4, top-notch performance. This time, again, it comes down to how they adapt with the change in the roster, because every time this team comes in, we see a lot of changes. Now this time when Pika comes in, how does he bring in the addition to this team? It all comes down to that.
Exactly, as you mentioned, the roster changes have been quite critical for this team in the past, but this time if they have figured out the synergy, because they have some big names in the lineup now, they can make it work for them and move forward towards the finals, and then who knows, maybe to the next big stage in the leagues. But for now, we just wish FMxR3D Esports good luck for their matches, and hopefully we see them on the other side. A new name, MetershotxSKY.
Oh yeah, definitely. When I saw this team in the qualifier itself, they look absolutely so bonkers in terms of their gun gameplay. But when it comes down to the addition of Khatir and Halsey, we have seen this pair, especially in the past. If they address the problem that they had in the past itself, we can see this team somewhere down the line overpowering the other team itself.
Exactly, because they have the gun skills that they need to take the fight to the opposition, but the one thing that we see them falter down in is them handling the pressure that comes in the late game stages of the match. So that is something that needs to be fixed. They did have some time after their qualifier matches. Hopefully they fixed it, and we wish MetershotxSKY good luck for their PMPL matches.
players are ready to turn their dreams into reality. It's our chance to reach the biggest. It's time to enter the dawn of new champions. Let the action begin.
Oh yes, welcome to the Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend right here at, of course, Pakistan PMPL region, where indeed it is all the brilliance thanks, of course, to Oppo F21 Pro, and that thing is going to get released on the 11th, so yeah, right around the corner. It is just 2 days away, but along with that, when it comes to the games as well, we've got 2 days of games remaining, and well, when it comes to the first day of the Super Weekend itself, this final Super Weekend right here at Pakistan region, it was an interesting one. It was a lot of ups and downs from the other teams, but again, the teams that were leading the chartsy, they were nowhere to be seen. I mean, they were on the bottom of the leaderboard basically by the end of the day, and hopefully, I mean, what do you think? I mean, today are they going to be playing just like that, or do you expect a different playstyle from like SALTxi8, FS? So many of them, they're all sitting on that bottom position.
I think teams will stagnate a little bit. Like the teams who are guaranteed to make it to the grand finals will likely stagnate a little bit before we get into the grand finals. And that's where the real action we're going to see, I think, is going to lie in that bottom half with teams like TmwEsports, XGeneration. You've got North and Regicide just on the very brink of that top 16 at risk, really, you know. So I think that's where the action might just be. And we'll have to see how these teams have maybe even planned for each other.
Absolutely, that's going to be so very critical, because again, this is something that you mentioned as the day came to an end yesterday when it came down to the teams. All the teams, I mean, we know for a fact that they are going to be able to progress on along from this Super Weekend into the finals itself. I mean, we've got two of those teams that are not even playing that will be part of the top 16 to play into the finals, right? But in all of that, the conversation leads us down towards TmW and what to anticipate from their play style and their gameplay in these 2 days. Of course, today 5 games and tomorrow 5 games combined is the only opportunity that is left for TmW to be able to capitalize. And again, I mean, do you think it's possible? Because again, I mean, they did kind of showcase a little bit of a sliver of hope, but it is do you think it's enough for them to be able to sustain themselves in these 10 matches?
I think it's definitely possible, but it's definitely a very, very hard ask because they haven't found the form necessarily. You know, it's not like they've shown us glimpses before and now we're suddenly wondering, can they do it, can they not? It's more of the case, where has it been? And that's where you can see in the format explanation. Currently we're in the 3rd week, guys. We finished 2 Super Weekends. This is our 3rd Super Weekend, and that's why I talk about that top 16, because the top 16 teams that accumulate the points over the 3 Super Weekends head into the PMPL finals. And it's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure, Blotter, because the simple fact that I think what we're getting to see is that teams are extremely motivated, they've evolved a lot, and a key indication of that motivation on our screen.
Definitely, that is going to be so very true indeed, because again, you talk about that price pool, 1.76 crore is what you're looking at. But along with that, when it comes to the Super Weekend itself, every single chicken dinner, these teams walk away with $500 in the bank. That is the 88,000 that we see per match right there for the Super Weekend chicken dinners. That is again, for certain teams like, for example, Quantum Rage, they have been able to walk away with almost $2,000 if not more. On the other front, we've got the likes of QWERTY, who are very much dominating, who are so very consistent in the overall ranking in the storyboard, but they have not gotten a single chicken dinner when it comes to their play. Look at that. I mean, SALTxi8 sitting with 6 just bonkers number being showcased right here between SALTxi8 getting the chicken dinners, Team TUF. Look at MeterShot as well as Quantum Rage. I mean, they have been able to definitely get a lot of money in the bank based on these Super Weekends that they were part of.
Oh, most definitely. The chicken dinners are aplenty in that top half, with the sole exception of Team QWERTY, who is currently feeling like the pauper amongst the upper teams right here. They haven't picked up a chicken dinner yet, but that is of course a testament to their consistency and their ability to make it to that top 3 even without that chicken dinner. But this is what I was talking about, Blotter. That 15th to 19th mark, you got Grounders, Regicide, North Esports, XGeneration and TmwEsports, all in threat within each other. But really, Regicide primarily today, we're going to have to see, because in terms of points, you can see at least FMxR3D, North, they have a bit of a gap, but Regicide at 120, only 12 points away from XGeneration. This is where, as XGeneration, I just make the call like, hey, screw it, let's just go for Regicide directly and hurt them and gain our strengths.
Well, then again, I mean, if you look upwards from the Regicide position, they're 26 points shy of that Grounders position as well. So again, when it comes to the position, when it comes to the playstyle of the Grounders as well, we did see yesterday a little bit of resurgence from their side. But again, there is still a lot more that is to be expected from the side of the Grounders. On the other front, FMxR3D, yeah, as you say, right now, as the day starts off with the 5 games still pending to start off between these teams, yeah, FMxR3 does have the lead, but we shall definitely have to keep an open eye and mind as to is it going to be possible for FMxR3D to be able to, you know, as we mentioned yesterday as well, to be able to just slowly but surely every single game bring in the consistent play that is going to be required, because above them is FS and they add, I think, about 30-35 points difference between those two as well. So yeah, it is going to be critical for the side of these teams sitting at FMX position as well as below them. What is going to be the story for them, and what sort of a play will the lobby be allowing them to make?
Yeah, most definitely. But really, I think the teams that have to get off to an immediate start are those 3 teams, because I think FMxR3D, Freestyle, even North to a certain extent have the advantage for them that they get a single chicken dinner. They're more or less guaranteed, right, to make it into the grand finals. But for teams like XGeneration, Regicide and TMW, it's not just that one chicken dinner, it's a long road. You've got to be extremely consistent to maintain or get the top 16 spot depending on which team you are. And that's where they've got to start from our very first match in Erangel. You can't have any laybacks really, I think, these teams, because I understand there's one more day to go, but I feel like more times than less we see fates being decided in day 2 itself. Because if you're not able to come back in day 2, then day 3 is kind of doomed.
That is so true, of course, because again, that lead that has been lost from you, and as you try and capitalize upon it, also the other thing that's going on in your mind is the fact that, all right, 5 games are remaining, then 4, then 3, so you just start counting down, and the pressure just keeps on mounting up and up. So right now, again, with 10 games on the hand for the side of TMW as well as the other teams, this is going to be the moment for them to be able to just slowly but surely try and work towards those placement points, or they can go completely guns blazing like 52X Rage we saw yesterday, bringing in some amazing skilled plays. TUF, I mean, they have been phenomenal in terms of the way that they have been playing throughout the entirety of the league. But again, those are the teams that are looking comfortable. This day is going to be based on what are the teams on the second page going to be bringing, what are the teams going to be allowed that are sitting on the second page, because that is going to be the most important this day is going to be the most important for those teams. But again, let's see what exactly will be in store. One thing is for sure and certain, we do have SALTxi8 right here in the lobby. We have the likes of course, QWERTY, we've got Quantum, we've got MetershotxSKY, we've got TUF. All of these teams, they're looking really ferocious and they're ready to pounce on whatever opponent that they're able to find.
Exactly, they're certainly looking like teams to watch out for, and it certainly seems the case where most teams out here have that capability to get that killer threat going on. But talking about that killer threat, Arise, ever since their miss on the Super Weekend in week 1 has been North Esports. They've been on a phenomenal level so far, and now the question simply remains, will they continue this form going into the grand finals?
Oh yes, I definitely want to say that this is a team that you just have to wait and see, because you look at the way the team has been just systematically compared from week 1 in through to week 2 and the Super Weekend, of course, for week 2 and now into week 3 itself. Their gameplay and plan has actually changed drastically as well, as they move on now into a lot more of a passive approach in terms of the fights that they've ended up taking. And many times we do see them take on some aggressive stances, but then they quickly get those elimination points and then fall back as well. So again, a very systematic approach that is being applied from the side of North Esports, and that is the reason why the team is able to sustain themselves in the positions that they have been able to do so yesterday. And yeah, I mean, I'm just keeping an eye out for the team, as I've mentioned again and again like a broken record, and I would definitely expect the exact same and even better performance in the grand finals.
100%. But to make it to the grand finals, they've got to start displaying that aggression, that consistency in these days itself. get a chicken dinner today. I think that more or less satiates your concerns about not making it to that top 16 and allows you to play with a lot more freedom, the way we've been seeing teams like SALTxi8, for example, playing more against each other for that MVP prize rather than anything else, because of course they're in a very, very comfortable spot.
Oh yeah, there's nothing stopping them. There is no team around in the vicinity that could even give a little bit of a damaging blow to the side of SALTxi8. I mean, we've seen them actually get eliminated on the 16th position as well, and still they're not deterred, and still they are I mean, the way that team has been able to just grasp the reality of the battleground, it is so phenomenal, and so many things can be learned from the side of SALTxi8 and their playstyle.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's where I think the strength of SALTxi8 has very much lay in its ability to just be free while they're playing, yet be absolutely precise. And I'm excited to see how teams are able to break that down going into the finals. But let's bring our conversation back to the Super Weekend. Day 2 currently, we've got those teams struggling again. And talking about one team that has seen its ups and downs, Team Grounders. Now, one of the really outstanding teams from Super Weekend, but since then they had been on the downfall. They missed one Super Weekend altogether, and coming into week 3, it's been a roller coaster of a ride.
It definitely has, and nothing taken away from the side of the Grounders that they have been in very tricky situations is what I would say, where many a times we do see them getting caught off guard, making those rotations, definitely not being on the better half or the better position or the flank of the fight, and thus just completely getting pincered down. And then there have been moments of resurgence that we've seen from them. So like you so perfectly mentioned, the ups and downs storyline from the side of the Grounders is a little troublesome, but overall, as the day moved on to the end game, the team was looking a-okay. But of course, if they want to be able to solidify their position, this sort of an ups and downs gameplay that is being showcased from the side of the Grounders will need to be rectified. And yeah, only these 10 games are there. Again, the side of the Grounders, I do believe they are going to be able to make it. And whatever this ruckus that we're looking at in terms of their play style in week 3, maybe it's there to just confuse the teams, because if you remember in week 1, or no, I think it was week 2's league play, where this team just absolutely came up on top and showcased what they were made of.
Yeah, exactly, and that power from Grounders, I think it's very much there within them. Like you said, they've just got to bring it back online, and I wish we could get to see glimpses of that today. I want the play to be the way it was yesterday, because if you look back to Super Weekend 2, it was a lot more methodical almost from teams. They were a lot more inhibited in their approach, and as compared to this Super Weekend where teams like SALTxi8 really opening up has sort of opened up the entire lobby. We're seeing a lot more shots taken at each other, a lot more of that freedom and that YOLO play, for example, that we saw from 52x Rage. And that's where I think the real identity of Pakistan does truly lie. So I'm excited to see more of that happen.
Oh yes, that is going to be in store for us, definitely, as we've got 5 games that are going to be starting right about in a couple of minutes, of course, and all the teams are very well ready. And of course, we do want all the 64 players to jump into the lobby all together and bring in some massive blows and punches. And along with that, as we have been actually kind of asking for the CA, do you think today maybe one of these teams, 2 of these teams maybe might try and go for those drop locations, or do you still believe that they are going to be working towards that synergistic play?
I feel like they won't, but I really want them to. I think they really should.
Right?
And this is actually one team that I really want goes for that play, XGeneration. They're on that 17th spot, right? They're 12 points away from Regicide. And to be perfectly honest, unless the map is called Miramar, Regicide hasn't really been a big threat so far. So unless the map is called Miramar, I think XGeneration should just go and try to rush Regicide early, because you get the 4 points, you know. Even if you get a 3-for-3 exchange, for that matter, you can have one player playing later on. But what that ensures is that Regicide can't perform well. You're hurting your opposition while putting yourself at the possibility of snowballing off of that early fight. So that's where I think XGeneration should be looking to take that chance.
And they are definitely showcasing that sort of a playstyle as well. Yesterday, I do remember on the map of Erangel especially, I did notice for the side of XGeneration where they jumped into the center of the fight itself, and they definitely took the fights all head on as well. So that is something that definitely did showcase to me that XGeneration are wanting to utilize those opportunities, and we saw that again and again from the side of JD, being out of the open, run and gun sort of situations is where we saw Jerry again and again along with his teammates. So yeah, there is a lot that is going to be still accepted, rather anticipated from the side of XGeneration, but will the lobby be that kind for them to be able to showcase that aggressive streak that, yeah, it comes and goes when it comes to the side of XGeneration actually.
Yeah, exactly. That bit of an inconsistent roller coaster sort of nature is what they really need to fix, and hey, an early chicken dinner goes a long way towards making that happen. And in that red side conversation continuing, right, the drop to contest, I believe, is also quite simple in the regards to the fact that XGeneration is the team that likes to play aggressively. It's not really a drop that red side is used to contesting either, which means they will likely be surprised by such a move. But you can see XGeneration through these highlights, it clearly shows they've got that mechanical skill to make things happen. I think they just need to elevate it to a certain level.
Definitely, and that X factor was being showcased right there against the players of Team Star. And not only that, I mean, this team of XGeneration have taken on fights with some really big names in the lobby as well, and they have delivered. So again, when it comes down to the entirety of the playground that is being showcased from XGeneration, they are definitely in control. They are not, what should I say? I mean, they're not afraid, basically, right, to jump into those sort of moments, to jump into those sort of fights. Whereas on the other front, if we try and compare it to the sides of maybe, let's say, Esports are still taking that backbencher seat, you know. They're still keeping a very close eye as to what the zone is doing, what the other teams are doing. They're sticking to the edges, then maybe slowly pushing on along. Whereas on the other front for XGeneration, they are just completely bringing in that aggression. And yeah, so that sort of an approach we've seen always had a two-edged, coin or a sword, basically. Yeah. We saw 3x bring or try to bring that sort of a playstyle. It favored them in certain games, took their lead away from them in other games. So yeah, it is a very, very difficult position that the XGeneration's IGL is going to be in today.
Oh, most definitely. I think it's also because of the simple fact that you've got to ensure that your team is comfortable, going into day 2, because again, in a lot of ways, day 2 defines your charge for that top 16. Day 2 is when, you're going to come back in good momentum, in a good morale going into day 3, or you're just going to have another bad day and you're going to be thinking going into day 3, this is doomed. We just got 5 games left. What can we do? We've not been able to perform at all. And that's why I think today the IGL has that much more responsibility, Blotter, like you said, and really has to step up and be an in-game as well as out-of-game leader. And we'll have to see, can he make it happen? Can the team make it happen? Because I think they certainly have fans who believe in them. We know we've seen glimpses of brilliance, so we believe in them. Now the question is, can they believe in themselves?
Well, again, if their play style from yesterday is to indicate anything, it is definitely something that is going to be of a prowess, of an egoistic attitude where they're going to be taking on fights. They are jumping into those fights, and the way they actually drop into the center of all those teams itself clearly indicated to me, at least, that wow, I mean, one side is Clarity, the other side they've got other teams. They don't care. They're out in the open. They still don't care. And we saw in the replay as well, as Esports was making that late rotation, they caught them as well while making that rotation. So yeah, I mean, in the entire saga of things, XGeneration is playing their game perfectly. But once again, I mean, you might be playing it perfectly, but you don't know where that third party is going to be coming in against you. And before you know it, the entirety of your team is going to get eliminated. And that is something that we've seen time and time again. So yeah, there's nothing you can do about that, because that's, again, just one of those stats for the battleground. And that will happen either with you or you're going to be doing it to somebody else.
The thing is though, like the way XGeneration play, we've seen teams almost inhabit a better version of it through teams like TUF, for example, the way they've risen. Extremely aggressive, love taking those fights, every single player for that matter. But the way they do it, they're always in this tactical tether almost, where they're close to each other. At any point, if one of their fights goes above the brink and they get a knock, or they get knocked themselves, either the revive will come through or they can go for the slam in together as a team. And that little bit of teamwork and synchronization, I believe, is what XGeneration need to a large extent. They need to find the capability to be on the same page across all the 10 matches left in this Super Weekend.
Definitely. 100%, in fact 200% is what I would agree to that, because if you really critically look at the side of XGeneration, right, there are only 2 players who actually do stand up.
Yeah.
One is Jaideep, and I think the other one is Harry, if I'm not mistaken. The two dudes who are the ones who are going to be able to standing true for the side of the team to be able to take on the aggressive stance and be able to then push on against the opponent's team and get those elimination points all by themselves as well. Whereas the other teammates are there to give that cover. But yeah, I mean, you compare that to the likes of TUF or to the likes of SALTxi8, who are also in the same lobby. So yeah, you kind of clearly see the competition level basically in the same lobby itself. So I mean, nothing derogative about that. It's just different play styles altogether for different teams, and that is what defines them being so very classy in their approach. But yeah, as you so perfectly did mention, it is going to be so very critical for the IGL to be able to control the team in the battleground as well as outside.
And the fact also comes into play that if Regicide is not able to step up to the mark, if they keep having under the par performances, all XGeneration really need is a modicum of consistency where they're just getting at least a few points per game, and you're able to gradually claw your way to Regicide. And the fact of the matter is, as long as you make it into the top 16, that's enough. You got to go to the grand finals before you start worrying about the actual grand finals themselves. And I think that's where XGeneration's focus needs to be on that. But another team in that bottom mark that we're not talking about is TMW. Blotter, and to a large extent we haven't seen the possibility also from TMW, so maybe this time around we'll see it change, because now day 2 of this final Super Weekend and we've got our first match online. Blotter, we're going to be heading to Erangel.
Oh yes, this is going to be the first game of the day. Of course, we've got 5 games in store, and right off the bat the teams are looking prepped, as we did see in the cameras. Now it is time for us to see what exactly is that preparation going to be bringing on day number 2, the second last day of the last Super Weekend right here at PMPL Pakistan region. A big thanks to, of course, Oppo with the F21 Pro right around the corner. These teams are definitely going to be bringing in that aggressive stance a lot more better. But right off the bat, as we do look onto the map itself and the flight path, we are looking at the northern zone. I mean, again, a very comfortable flight path for all of these teams. TMW actually making a difference this time around as they go on towards Zarki, which they have done earlier as well. That is all based on which side is the flight path going to be dictating. TUF and Clarity again going to their Giorgio and Hospital region where TUF is. Very comfortable position. Once again, nothing too far out there, nothing that was unexpected from their side. Same is going to be the case for 52X Rage as well as, of course, Team Star as once again. So what we were anticipating or hoping at least that the teams will be bringing in some X-Factor plays or YOLO approaches or whatever, that has not been showcased from the side of this Pakistani lobby. They are still sticking to their rhythm, and well, let's see if that rhythm is going to be helping out a few of these teams or not.
So the two things I was thinking about with regards to drop change was either teams go for Pachinki because there's no H to E, right? So you can see Pachinki is relatively empty, or they can test each other. Neither happening. Teams just sticking to their guns, but the PUBG Mobile gods say nope. They give us an interesting circle with this flight path towards the northeastern side where all of these teams have dropped. The teams that usually go to QWERTY or Primorsk even elected to stay around this area, and they have benefited from that. But it has resulted in a heavy congestion around the farm Milta area where Vasi's already picked up first blood. We've got Regicide, MetershotxSKY, SALTxi8, Grounders and Freestyle all in one small area, Blotter. And this is where I wonder how the change in plans for SALTxi8 and MetershotxSKY, the Sosnovka and Nova Repnoi teams coming into farm in Milta, how does that trigger a domino effect almost?
Well, all right. This is unexpected, definitely, but this is the kind of play style that is to be predicted and somewhat anticipated as well, because it is Regicide after all, and Regicide need that sort of a play. And they're making it. I mean, on the other front, as we move on back to that early situation that XGeneration's player was caught in against Vasi, it is this time around, actually, if you remember yesterday, I mean, it was Freestyle's players who were again and again getting those first blood situations against them. This time around, it is going to be them and Vasi who will be able to retaliate against that early onslaught that was brought onto him as well yesterday. But with that, only that one first blood situation that we saw, and that run over from the side of Vasi. But apart from that, everything else, all the other teams in fact, are going to be looking pretty comfortable for now. Nothing to worry about, nothing to sweat about. But again, which side is the zone going to be dictating these teams? That is going to be the most critical question to raise. Is it going to be going all the way up north? That's what I would love to actually see. It goes all the way up towards shooting range. That would be incredible. As all of these teams, I mean, look at Metershot, look at SALTxi8, the way these teams are going to be making that rotation, it is going to get a lot more chaotic, but that is only if the zone moves further north. But as of now, once again, all the teams are looking very, very comfortable. No contestations whatsoever, cannot even anticipate. We are, of course, going to be looking at the center of the zone where we do have Pachinki. That is MetershotxSKY, and very close to the vicinity, of course, is going to be Quantum as well. But they do love to go there time and time again on the map of Erangel, and they still are yet to take a fight against each other in that same exact position.
Yeah, this is a standard drop we've seen from FMxR3D and Rozok. The FMxR3D and the school Rozok drop, really. But I think XGeneration already losing that early member 420 ball going down, it's going to affect their chances coming into this match to a large extent. Now, the rest of them were able to get back into this circle. They'll have to see how they're able to hold their position. And again, for Regicide, it could have meant a wealth of trouble, right? Because around that farm Milta area, we want to see XGeneration contest Regicide. That didn't happen, but a lot more other teams decided to come into play. We had SALTxi8, MetershotxSKY, Freestyle, all around that area, but nothing actually came into play. No, the teams didn't really fight with each other, and they went their merry way. So Regicide also escaping what could have been disaster for them.
Exactly. For now, again, they were able to get out of that position. I mean, they were very close. Their information was definitely given away, but still somehow they were able to get away from that position. And look at that. SALTxi8, 420. That is the number of points that they have accumulated. 101 points extra from the team sitting on that second position. I mean, wow. How? Wow. This team should always, I think from the side of Pakistani region, this team should have their own tournament. You know, I mean, this team should not be playing in this lobby.
I
just not fair.
I mean, yeah, right. SALTxi8 just have displayed that next level of dominance altogether. Continuously been a step away from their opponents, but to be fair to the rest of our lobby, they have caught up to a large extent. They've improved a ton. Again, I want to sing the praises of TUF because they've been so damn consistent in their ability to just level up match after match, improve every single game and carry that momentum forward. And it's a team I'm excited to see going into the grand finals. And similarly too is QWERTY. Heard a lot about them. You guys always say they are one of the biggest teams coming into PMPL, and they've displayed that factor for sure with the consistency, but they haven't given us that extra oomph. You know, we haven't seen them really blow up. I want to see if that can even happen.
That is true. That oomph factor that you're talking about. Actually, we have, I mean, we've seen glimpses of that from so many individual teams. From the side of 52xRage, from the side of XGeneration. Definitely SALTxi8 have been, consistently doing that again and again. Same as the case for H2E. So many teams, dude. Magnus, all of them pretty much is what I would say. In the first week, we had Clarity and FS as well. What team? Metershot, all of them have showcased that sort of a prowess, but it's just not been, just that. Apart from SALTxi8 and TUF, perhaps, all the other teams, they've had their moments throughout the 3 weeks, right? The week number 2 was all H2E just jumping into the arena. Week number 1 was Clarity, FS. SALTxi8 definitely was not part of that conversation, though, in week number 1. So, yeah, every week we've had a different storyline to work towards.
Most definitely, and I think in that regard, that really shows us that simple fact we're talking about, where the league has continuously had a lot of volatility, a lot of competition between each other, and teams have really looked amazing altogether. We're talking about needing to look amazing. TMW currently under threat from Clarity, another consistent stalwart. Didn't have the greatest of starts from Superweekend 1, but since then they've only been on an upward streak, gradually building up and looking damn strong while they're at it. So TMW right now under a little bit of threat, but conditions do favor them. They've got the compound in their control, while Clarity are in that open ground. And Clarity, not surprised at all, make the smart move. They're like, doesn't matter which team's in front of us. We don't want to take the fight. We want to just focus on our rotations, and we'll take that fight later.
Exactly, absolutely. And well, again, for the side of clarity, that is a wonderful turn of events, because they are still going to be able to move away from that position, and still, again, because it is still early, right? It's only 8.5 minutes, so thus implying that they will still be able to get away from the position and find themselves a decent compound where there will not be any contestations. And with that, as we move on through to the map itself, we do see from the side of Fairy P the grounders, and from the Nova Rupnoy, we do have Metershot as well chiming in along as they take the brunt of the blues. And then there's another team. Okay. Well. So, once again, it is the final weekend right here. And these teams, I mean, Grounders, Metershot, they are still sticking to those late rotations. And yet again, there is no team that is wanting to give them that blow. But it is not esports right now. Just all by himself, Avenger OP trying to take on 3 players all by himself. That was just phenomenal. But of course, it was a 3v1 situation where Regicide got the better half of that fight. And in doing so, they've been able to get that damage, but also get the elimination point. And of course, they've not lost any of their players. None of them have been knocked. So they're just quickly going to patch things up and perhaps get out of here. Or maybe try and even push on against the players and position of North Esports if NES decides to retaliate, which I don't think they should. But again, I mean, this is their game. They might get retaliatory feelings. I've seen them do that yesterday unnecessarily. But yeah, let's see what is going to be their storyline.
Have to say, Regicide right now, they have successfully managed to put North Esports back. They're going to send them running with their tail between their legs and take that as a win. An easy point picked up for them as they continuously look to push forward in the rest of this lobby. Now, in terms of positions, Regicide is in a comfortable spot just south of the Yasnaya area, effectively guarding the bridge almost through this compound, which is, I think, really going to come into play. It's that bridge at the center of the circle, so if the circle especially takes a Yasnaya shift, that bridge is going to be crucial for all of the teams trying to rotate in from Stalber or Severny and really give a lot of room to Regicide to make them pay. But talking about making them pay, North Esports spot out God Fury. Not able to instantly knock him out though, just some damage dealt. But this is when we're going to get all of those teams on those late rotations. Grounders, SALTxi8, MetershotxSKY all coming into the circle, starting to occupy those Rozok school areas and starting to pressure teams like Regicide and North Esports who have tiny compounds towards the center.
Well, this time around we have the side of SALTxi8 also jumping in a very late rotation from their side. And now, when it comes to the zone itself, we do have Team TUF taking on the fight against the players of Magnus. But Mom2, once again, the dude from the side of Magnus, Mom2, he has been so on point in respect. Yeesh, that was close, but of course he's going to be able to get away from that position. The tree trunk definitely helping him out, but his teammate not so lucky. Cairo will easily be able to just run him along. And Joker is down. Of course, we did see Mom2 was down. TUF not looking good because 2 of their players were knocked. And now it is Cairo confirming that elimination point for his side. So now, for the side of TUF, this is not the kind of play that they, of course, anticipated right here out in the open. But what can they do? I mean, Magnus, the way they pushed in along, that was such a synergistic play and so very on point in terms of the way that they had those different angles set up for themselves against Team TUF. TUF had no chance to retaliate, and yep, this is a really good decision from their side. Get away and cover up your losses and yeah, move on along for a better fight in a different part of the zone.
Currently TUF though, they know that the pressure is there from Magnus from one side, but I feel like they've almost anticipated that TMW is somewhere nearby, or at least some other team is somewhere nearby. Right now though, it does seem to be the case where, in general, I think for all of these teams, this has become the case. Super Weekend 1 was a little different, but 2 and 3, you saw a lot more of this, saw a simpler approach to the map where every single one of them almost had a gentleman's agreement, focusing on those rotations and not overcommitting to fights necessarily. And now with this centralized shift coming through for the circle, we're seeing all of these teams towards Yasnaya, towards that bridge, trying to move their way up, and that's where FMxR3D, 52x Rage already on that high ground. They can make them pay.
Oh, they will. Oh, they definitely will. I mean, this game, in fact, the teams, all the teams that are part of this lobby, they are definitely playing it very gracefully is what I would say. I mean, that's the only word I can think of right now, because they have been so calculative in terms of the approach, in terms of the rotations that they're making. We've got 16 teams still surviving. We're in the third zone, and in just another 10 seconds, it's going to be constructing down to fourth. And now it is TMW taking on the shots, and look at that, it is Harry, and of course he is the man leading the charge. But of course, being out in the front is definitely going to be putting you into the crosshairs of your opponents, and it is going to be TmwEsports perfectly set up nade against Harry, which will dominate. And in doing so, Harry has bit his own toe right now because he pushed out a bit too much. And of course, if he wants that revival for his teammate, it is going to be a tricky fight because, his teammate is also going to have to jump into the crosshairs of the opponent team, and the opponent team is 420 boys, and of course, Clarity will not like to let that go. But it seems like Bashir from XGeneration will be bringing in a different flow to SALTxi8 as they are getting their numbers down. But in the end, SALTxi8 will be the better half in that fight. And one fight to the next now. Fourth zone, it is looking a lot of chaos from these teams.
Yeah, exactly. All of these teams right now really starting to turn up the heat as they contest each other. XGeneration getting eliminated quite early. Certainly not looking good for their chances. Not looking good with respect to that strong start we talked about. And one of their competition might follow soon enough because TMW right now in the open contesting against one of our top rising teams in TUF. But TMW, they've got that slight man advantage. They're in a 3v2. And TUF, they're contesting fights on multiple fronts, not just against TMW, but also against the likes of Team Grounders and TMW. They look to take it as a chance to move in aggressively. They know two players are knocked. Khan going in for the killing blow, but he's not able to find the final member just yet. But Edgar comes in on the flank. He's able to down one, but El Fatiha with the prone coming in huge, gets the trade, and just like that, Blotter TMW with a huge elimination, taking out TUF.
Absolutely, and again with that we move on to another fight where it is going to be the side of Magnus who have jumped on to the position of the Grounders, where indeed in trying to take on the compound, it is going to be the Grounders who are at the receiving end because my apologies, Magnus that is on the receiving end because the Grounders, they were very well equipped and prepped for that open push and rush that was showcased from Magnus, and that is not going to be allowed. I mean, you do that once, alright, you do that twice on another team altogether, you are bound to get a little bit of a damage, and that's exactly what happened. But it wasn't a small little damage because the entirety of Magnus has been eliminated thanks to the Grounders approach, and in doing so, the Grounders, I mean, they still have 3 of their players surviving if I'm not mistaken. So a GG approach being showcased, but sad luck for Magnus.
Indeed, not the greatest of looks right there for Magnus, but thankfully for them, they are more or less qualified. I think they'll just be like, eh. I think it will affect their morale and momentum though, and I think that's where similarly MetershotxSKY will want to have a strong performance coming into this particular matchup. Now Freestyle and QWERTY engaged in a fight, and they've got Quantum Rage around them as well. QWERTY need to make the smart decision to either move in now or back right off, because that might turn into a massacre real quick if Quantum Rage notice the opportunity to third party, and it seems like they have. They're quick on the rotations, trying to come through before QWERTY get a chance to wipe out Freestyle.
Well, this is not the kind of approach we wanted to see from the side of Freestyle. In doing so, they just left with the one man. Okay, never mind that one man, because that dude is also going to get eliminated. And in that conversation, it is going to be the side of QR jumping in and taking on some blows as well. And of course, with that, we're left with 12 teams, 17 minutes into this game. Things are getting crazier and crazier because now we have 52x Rage, as we see in the kill feed, taking on shots against the side of FMX. And that's not only it, because SALTxi8 are still part of the fight. So is the case for the side of Clarity, as they also take on some blows to the Grounders face. A lot of third-party situations, a lot of fights that are being created right here.
A lot of third-party situations indeed, and currently SALTxi8 trying to get themselves out of one because they're currently sandwiched between TMW, Grounders and Clarity, and Clarity is the one who's got the best deal because they've got the high ground, they've got the spot in the circle, and they've got the opportunity to shut all of these teams down. But you know SALTxi8, they're not going to go down with a fight, without a fight, trying to be aggressive still, even though it's just one last member left standing. And TMW, they capitalize on that with a beautiful nade coming through, eliminate SALTxi8 altogether. Think about that, man. TMW right now, they've got rid of our #1 and #2 ranked team in one lobby. If there was ever a chance to get the chicken dinner, it has to be now. They're looking good.
They definitely are. I mean, this is a definitely synergistic bunch of players right here from the side of TMW. A three-man squad is what they're left with, but they are still not yet deterred. Of course, we did see Clarity's Teen Wolf take on their star player, I would say, Harry from the side of course, TMW, but it has still not deterred them as the three-man are still pushing on along. 11 teams are remaining right here with 36 players alive. Clarity are also in control of the fights and contestations that they've been taken and been a part of, where they have been able to accumulate 5 elimination points for their side. But Team QWERTY, will this be their opportunity to maybe make a chicken dinner conversation, or it is going to be a different team altogether? Again, it's too early to predict because we still do have 10 teams surviving, and in all of that, Clarity's drawn in, pushing on to the warehouse, to the small little shack, or the warehouse of the players of Star, and this is going to be the end. Oh, wow!
Okay.
Osama coming in along, and what a perfect turn of retaliatory push that was from Osama, and in doing so, he is still going to be able to maintain and sustain his life. Okay, not for long though.
He did it.
The end.
He did it for long enough for another team to come into play. North Esports,
Yep.
Maxi
Wow.
downing Zibyan will finish him off, and suddenly Clarity left stranded in their push. They wanted to make it happen quick so they could pick up that compound and then focus in the rotation into the circle, but instead they've been caught by North. Potentially they can't even get their backup with 420 Boy currently engaged in a fight with TMW. But amidst all this, when we shift our focus to the other side of the map, on the eastern side, you got QWERTY making a quick dash to the circle, escaping the clutches of Quantum Rage and leaving them to contest with MetershotxSKY for a chance to even try to get into the circle.
Dude, look at North Esports. Once again, they're trying the exact same strategy that I saw them do yesterday, and that worked out brilliantly for them. But now they do have to be careful, because yesterday also they were kind of caught in a tricky situation just like this, where right next to them, they had a very aggressive team. Yesterday, I'm forgetting what team it was, but right now, they've got Clarity, and this is going to be, again, a do-and-die situation for the side of North Esports, but that's not the only team right here in the lobby, of course. As we can see, we've got the side of QWERTY also chiming in along with the three-man army that is playing right here. Wolverine from their side, from their numbers, has been dwindled down, but the 3 elimination points are giving them the kind of boost along with this warehouse cover that is required. But now, against Metershot, is Team QWERTY ready and prepped to take this onslaught all by their lonesome? Khan with the UMP taking on 2 players all by himself, but interestingly enough, it is going to be Marian Katir who will move away from that position, will not be able to give that angle to allow the side of Team QWERTY to be able to take those shots. And again, I mean, we can see all of them with their raised hands trying to get as many nade parades going against each other, and on the other side of the game altogether, Clarity 420 still bringing in some damage. But as soon as he does, 52x Rage get the better half of that as well. Third parties through and through.
It's a hot situation here as Katir, he's caught in the middle of nowhere. Gravity tries to lob a util to try and take him out, but he instead just reveals himself for enough time for Healthxi to come on out, find the knock, and with that knock, Healthxi gonna try to move forward, help his teammate out, while Katir gets the revive through on Mary. Nakhan should be able to get Gravity back on his feet, so QWERTY all online, but really again, in the action is Quantum Rage trying to take down North Esports, and they've done so successfully. Got themselves a spot in the circle, and now in pressure, in a situation to try and pressure QWERTY, who are again trying to make that quick dash in, but they take a ton of damage, Blotter.
Well, again, I mean, in all of this, when it comes to the numbers advantage, we do have 52x Rage looking really dominating and convincing in terms of the way that they're pushing on along. Alongside, of course, is the synergistic play being showcased from the side of Team Quantum Rage as well. But look at TMW's one final player who's going to be finding himself in the comfort of that zone. And again, like I said, just to repeat, he is all by his lonesome. He's the one final player surviving for the side of TMW. So all he can do is just stay as quiet as he possibly can, get into cover on the other front, let these teams take on these fights, because as you look onto the mini-map, you can clearly see that these teams are still out in the open. They are not in the comfort of the zone. And as I bring that conversation in favor of TMW, it is going to be Marlega OP who will be eliminated and will not be allowed to sustain or remain in that zone thanks to FMxR3D. I think, right? FMX got the kill.
Yeah. FMxR3D trying to deny the entrance for, at this point, not just QWERTY, but also Quantum Rage, potentially even MetershotxSKY into the circle. But they've got to be careful. They've only got 2 players with them. 2 players already finished earlier It's up to Picard and Shaw to try and find maximum value from this particular matchup, and they most definitely will. Alpha has been knocked, Sparky as well. Alpha will meet his maker as Quantum Rage. They are crumbling apart, unable to make it to the circle with the pressure coming in from the gatekeepers in FMxR3D, and the team rotating side by side with them in QWERTY. And that similar situation towards the northern side as well. Blotter as MetershotxSKY try to hold down their spot in the circle, denying the opportunity to Regicide to make it in, leaving Insane in a honestly insane spot.
Well, that is true. That is so very true, of course. But again, kudos to both of these teams, in fact, right? For the side of FMxR3D as well as Regicide, as both of them, even though numbers advantage is not favoring them, they have been able to take on the fights. They have been able to sustain themselves. 6 teams remaining right here. We've got one final player remaining from the side of Regicide, of course. On the front, numbers advantage still going to be favoring 52xRage, and it is going to be Regicide's final player getting eliminated. 5 teams remain. Team QWERTY also very much in the part of this fight, very much trying to get the information, and as they do, they take on FMxR3D, where one of their players, Shaw, has been eliminated, has been brought down, and Pika will not be able to survive for long. And what an entry made from the side of Destroyer, as he gets both of those kills, but gets third-partied by himself, by his opponent. That's going to be 52xRage. So a really chaotic circle is what this has turned out to.
Chaotic indeed. Quantum Rage is now out of the lobby as QWERTY left in a impossible situation. But to be honest, they've gone from impossible situation to impossible situation, just helping each other, maneuvering their way out of it. And again, strong as that 3-man unit trying to move forward. Take a few pot shots at MetershotxSKY, and it's promptly returned by them. But amongst this, all the circle taking a shift towards 52xRage, who are downhill though, and that's why they have to be careful. They're in open area. They don't necessarily have the peeking advantage, so they're gonna have to be careful about when they peek out.
But you know, the best thing about 52xRage in all of this, I have been mentioning it since the past, I think, more than 2 minutes. They still have all 4 players surviving. They have the cover of those vehicles. Okay, well, again, they are up against QWERTY, and Gravity is the dude who's just completely spraying Daku, will not be allowing him to get out of that position. What an incredible lad, this guy. Gravity from the side of course, Team QWERTY. This is the man who Fixes has spoken about again and again and again from the side of QWERTY. A dude to look out for, and this is the reason why. But yeah, the advantage that I was just about to bring up for the side of 52xRage seems to be dwindling a little bit, because the 3-man army from the side of QWERTY is yet not done in this game.
QWERTY currently playing it extremely smart. Have to see if they can translate it into winner-winner chicken dinner somehow, because MetershotxSKY, they're looking to contest, but QWERTY Gravity yet again finds a beautiful knock onto 52xRage, and with MetershotxSKY pressuring them from this flank too. This is what I was talking about, the downhill disadvantage. Even though the circle is in their favor, the teams are moving in against them, and it's hard for 52xRage to fight that down to up battle on 2 fronts nonetheless, but they're doing so. They're trying to make it happen, and now MetershotxSKY, they change their focus. They look towards the side of QWERTY, trying to punish them, but yet no team taking the fall just yet. Zen is still knocked. They'll try to get revived right here, but look at Khan's position, man. He's got an immense flank.
Well, this is turning into a bloodbath, basically, where people get shot, they get down, and then their teammates get that revival confirmed. But it seems like this time around, Gravity not looking at a... yeah, he's definitely not going to be able to sustain that sort of damage, and in doing so, 52xRage definitely standing up to the occasion with the numbers working for their side. But Zen once again is down with the 2 players, Pain and Pharaoh. 52xRage jumping in along to take this opportunity and steal it away from the side of MetershotxSKY, where SALTxi8 is the dude who's trying his level best to maintain that cover, but again, his health is not going to be favoring. Alright, he does get that wonderful first aid setup for himself, but he's just all by his lonesome against this 3-man squad of 52xRage. So this is what 52xRage were waiting for, and again, I mean, taking that backseat approach, that backbencher approach, actually helped them out quite a lot, where Team QWERTY actually decided to take a lot of these fights, and had they not done so, yeah, 52xRage, they were, as you so perfectly mentioned, were down below that mountain, right? They had, and the entire crosshairs could have been set up against them, but right now it is SALTxi8 who seems to be blowing up the case for 52xRage.
In this 1v2 now, SALTxi8, despite all of that multi-pronged attack from 52x on 52x rage. They managed to hold on. But this 1v2
Zen
from
is down.
the mortar strike coming out with the nades from Healthxi has turned into a 1v1. Now Pain, he's going to try to get to Zen and find the revive actually. A very interesting start here, but another nade will make sure that Zen goes down the drain. And just like that, Pain, he's left on his lonesome. The nades are raining through Healthxi. He's not even going to need to pull out his gun to find this win.
Come on. Not like this. Not like this. I mean, seriously, Pain. We've seen some incredible plays from you, mate. Do something ridiculous like you did on that beach in the first week. This is not looking good for him. Then again, in just a nick of time, he will be able to get that first aid set up. But now it is all down to the skill. And it's Metershot.
Yeah, it's Healthxi. Yep.
I mean, Metershot healthy. He was in a rhythm of his own. But again, I cannot believe one after the other. You so perfectly pointed it out. It was a bloody mortar set up for the players and the players of... Wow, this is unbelievable. QWERTY just stood there. One after the other. We saw Zen get down on his knees so many times in this final battle. Yeah, it seems like the synergy was not set up for them.
And most certainly was not plotted. It was an absolute individual outplay, I'd say, from Healthxi. Just perfect. It's again, man. Just again, highlighting a key disadvantage with being downhill, right? It's easier to get the nades into those ridges that the players downhill are using for covers as compared to going from down to up. And even though 52x rage, they played it brilliantly despite being downhill. They held on two fronts. They got that top 2 finish. Healthxi clearly utilizing that small tactical edge he had for himself to perfection, getting that winner chicken dinner for his team, and it's going to be one they are so proud of because it's an easy ka-ching, $500 in the bag.
Exactly, and you know what? Now I will never bring that conversation up for the side of MetershotxSKY that they just wait for those blue zones and then they jump in to get that easy chicken dinner, because that wasn't easy. That was a 1v3 situation, but he played it to perfection. With that, we're going to go on a short little break, after which, of course, we shall continue our conversation.
Go! It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
What a huge victory it was for MetershotxSKY Blotter. An easy $500 in the bag. And at this point, the fight they have going on now is to end the PMPL Super Weekend stage with the most chicken dinners. I think they have the most right now, even more than SALTxi8.
Oh yes, that is true indeed, because again, we saw that in the overall ranking. When it came down to SALTxi8, they were sitting at 6 chicken dinners for their side. And again, keep in mind, viewers, that every single chicken dinner you walk away with, $500. I mean, these teams, they are getting filthy rich right now. But again, the opportunity is available for them, so why will they not capitalize on it? And yeah, the way Healthxi capitalized on it, I would say half the money should be his.
Oh, it most certainly should. He did brilliantly. 6 eliminations, over 1k damage, 8 knocks, single-handedly playing that 1v3 to perfection. But really, I think props to be given to the entire team for even getting themselves into that spot. The circle did not favor them. They had to make the moves get in the first place, and they did so with aplomb and will now secure that first chicken dinner of the day for themselves. But when you look towards the top 5 players, I think expecting a lot of, there you go, Gravity coming into play. He had a phenomenal game from the side of QWERTY.
All of these players, I would say, right? I mean, for the side of Metershot, we had Healthxi. As we move on through to 52x rage, Pharaoh jumped in with 7 eliminations. On the other front for QWERTY, it was, of course, Gravity. Picard coming in from the side of FMX. And then 420 boy, we saw him popping heads right off the bat in the first few moments of the game itself. And again, so yes, the entirety of this top player list is looking phenomenal. And again, these teams, the teams that actually got these points as well, wonderful play being showcased from their side. But apart from that one final, what should I say? I mean, that 52, I still don't understand the 3-man who were standing final in the final zone. 52x Rage, what must have been going on in their mind? Zen, I mean, it was just almost like an invitation for the side of Metershot to be like, all right, here we are. What you gonna do? And yep, he proved what he's gonna do.
Yeah, he most certainly did. Healthy showing up. I think 52x Rage decided to just try to play for the circle, play extremely defensive, and you can see how that
weird though.
Against
Very
them.
weird.
Yeah, I think they could have tried to play as a unit, go for the push together. Maybe could have worked out, but we're never gonna know.
This is the same team that in week number 2 actually in the Erangel map itself, in the apartment region, pushed on to the players of Clarity, as Clarity got one knock on the side of this 52x Rage. 52x Rage got their teammate up and just completely pushed. They did not wait even a single second, and that surprise attack that was showcased from the side of 52x Rage's Rage just completely obliterated the side of Clarity Esports. And so if this team is capable of that, and this numbers advantage working in their favor, 3v1 situation, I just still cannot believe that that's what has happened against them. Wow. That's what the battleground does again. I mean, yeah, it gets to your head.
You can see they were plenty aggressive though. 10 eliminations for them. Puts them on equal points with the chicken dinner winners in MetershotxSKY. Again, though, QWERTY getting that top 3 finish for themselves. Consistency is key. No chicken dinners yet, but good enough for them, most certainly. Now, what I do see besides that for that bottom of the table fight we're talking about, Regicide and R3D with good performances. TMW not so bad, but XGeneration with just 1 point. North Esports with just 2, putting themselves at risk. So I'm sure TMW will be feeling slightly optimistic. They had a great start. They eliminated Team TUF again. So clearly the mechanical capability is there. Now they just got to build on this.
They definitely do, and they are playing it safe as well. We saw that in the initial few moments of the game as well.
Yeah.
As the teams were making those rotations, TMW decided to not take on the fights, not give away the information as well, which was a very critical moment right there in that first game for them. And with that, let's of course recap through the open moments right now. As we started things off, it was of course Wasi getting that first blood situation against the player of XGeneration, where 420 Boy was not allowed to even stand on his 2 feet as soon as he jumped into the battleground.
Yeah, it did become the case where I really did feel like a lot of the teams felt a lot more unlocked today. They were playing with a lot more freedom, and I like that because it shows us the best of the players. But right here, Team Grounders dealt some early damage to TUF, and then eventually TMW came to capitalize. But this is what I mean, like, of course, we're not going to get to see the action in Circle 1 or Circle 2, but when it comes to Circle 3, Circle 4, when the rotations are happening, teams don't hesitate to try and punish teams who are caught out in that open area.
Exactly, and this is where we did see the side of FS try to take on the position from the side of QWERTY, but were not allowed. On the other front, for the side of Team Wolf, Clarity's player was absolutely penciling down whatever that he could find. In the end, though, he was only able to walk away with 2 elimination points, but overall the damage that he was able to dish out was quite a lot. And then we move on into those final moments of the game where we did have all of these teams taking on some crazy fights. I mean, FMxR3D as well as Regicide, both of these teams played it to perfection, trying to utilize the advantage of the zone, their position and their numbers, and the fights that they decided to be a part of. All of that was so perfectly laid down for them. But this, I mean, this is where we moved on down to those final moments. And the final moments, I am still scratching my head over, because I mean, come on, MetershotxSKY SLC, he was so easily able to pencil down all of these players of 52x Rage. Just GG approach from him.
Most certainly played beautifully by him in that regard, and Healthy just pulling off that 1v3 phenomenally, getting that win for his team, and a crucial one at that, because again, every $500 it makes you feel that much more stronger going into the grand finals.
Well, again, I mean, when it comes down to the $500 itself, right, they are just setting, or rather these teams, they have already made that pact, right? Whichever team is getting those chicken dinners is actually getting not only 1 or 2, they're getting quite a lot many, because they want to be able to get that wonderful F21 Pro for their team, and they are just rooting. And well, again, I mean, they're definitely working towards it. pretty neatly. Regicide actually have been able to get one chicken dinner, the only one chicken dinner that they've been able to attain. But hopefully, with the remaining matches and the kind of play style that they are showcasing right here, I do look forward to what FMX and R3D are going to be bringing in the 4 games that remain today.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting affair to see how teams respond to either a strong start the way we saw from TMW Regicide, or a weak start the way we saw from the likes of XGeneration. Really, how they are able to respond to this will decide basically our teams for the grand finals. But in that regard, TUF getting eliminated first out, get a witness of exactly how cutthroat that top battle is. QWERTY and MetershotxSKY each are taking 1 spot over them as TUF dropped from 2nd all the way to 4th. But honestly, is that chicken dinner prize number I've got my eye on. MetershotxSKY now the highest number of chicken dinners across PMPL.
Oh yes, that is true. And again, the journey continues on. We've got 4 games remaining for today, and then 5 games more so tomorrow. So again, there is still that opportunity for Metershot to be able to raise those numbers up, and maybe even reach the 10 or 2-digit marker in those chicken dinner. But as we move on through to the second page, now this is where we do have teams that are kind of sustaining themselves, that are still sticking at the same exact positions, because this is critical. You look at those total points, there's still a little bit of difference between all of them, right? I mean, let's start off from the 12th position, where we do have Freestyle. They've got 2 chicken dinners, 204 points. But then, more than 20 points shy is going to be FMxR3D, or rather 20 plus points actually. Difference between them and the 13th position. And then from there, move on down, 11 points more is going to be North Esports. So there's a stark difference between all of these teams. So they all are actually playing really well. So all of them are boosting up slowly and still maintaining the difference between them. But TMW, 65 points. Yes, 65 points is definitely cause for concern. But we will keep our fingers crossed and hope that they will be able to get those opportunities, make those opportunities, and retaliate and just get that synergistic play. Slowly but surely, they might just be able to make it. I mean, you never know, right? I mean, we've seen the side of, I believe it was North Esports that stole the chicken dinner away from SALTxi8, if I'm not mistaken, right? So there are still those possibilities and opportunities, and let's just hope that TMW are able to play those sort of cards for their game.
Yeah, exactly. I think, again, though, getting an early squad wipe in your first match is not the greatest of starts with 6 points only, but it's still much better than what we get to usually see from them, which is that 16th elimination or 15th elimination. And that's why I'm hoping that they can display that fight in our second match in Miramar coming through. They do seem like a team that is a lot more comfortable in the later game when they just get to hold on to their spot. And I think maybe if a circle goes their way or two, we could see them picking up a chicken dinner, because right now they're 69 points away from the 16th spot. A chicken dinner, even if it's just like a 20-22 point chicken dinner, it would go a long way in terms of helping them bridge that gap.
Absolutely. But you know, again, just to kind of reiterate what CA was just mentioning, right? I mean, yes, they have to cover up 69-70 points, but the other teams that we were just talking about, you know, I mean, you've got FS and all of them lined up. They're actually playing it really synergistically as well. We saw the side of Regicide, FMxR3D. I mean, they were all just absolutely slowly but surely, you know, like stepping stones is what that, you know, both of those teams, or rather all of these teams, are working towards, and that is what is making the climb for the side of TMW that much more tough. But with that first game done, as we move on through to the second game of the day, we are going to be jumping maps as we move into the deserty terrains of Miramar. And so Erangel and Metershot pretty much confirmed that yep, Metershot are very comfortable when it comes to the map of Erangel. But now Miramar, do you think QWERTY could maybe make that comeback story for their side?
Most certainly could be possible. But if you say comeback story in Miramar, I'm instantly thinking of Regicide, man. Currently in that 16th spot, under potential threat from teams like XGeneration and TMW. Get yourself a chicken dinner, put North Esports in that 16th spot, put them under pressure and under threat from someone else, because you can see in map chance as well, this is Regicide's best map, and not just the best map in a way that it's only their best map subjectively, no, objectively as well. This is one of the best teams on Miramar.
Nah, you know what? The only reason that stat is over there is because they got a really high frag and chicken dinner, dude. That's the only one, and that was also a recent game. Right. So, I mean, yeah, that's true. That is definitely true. But again, you get that one-time pony is definitely not a cause for concern, because that consistency is what will deliver the result that you want. And yeah, getting that chicken dinner definitely got them the boost that they needed, gave them the, that zeal to be able to just fight for it and stick around and just try and dominate as much as they possibly can to the last breath. So yeah, all of that working for the team. But yeah, I do not believe that this Miramar is going to be theirs. But again, I mean, they are looking pretty comfortable based on the first game, the way that they played. Let's see. Let's see if you're correct or not. Let's see if it'll go down to a different storyline, a different team altogether. Let's find out, because you're the man who is always pretty much in control of those zones and the sort of predicting as to where exactly is that going to be going. So yeah, it's all going to be, the ball is going to be in your court, simply put.
The ball is going to be in the team's courts. They're going to have to decide how they do enact this matchup. I mean, what I'm trying to say is really stats-wise, I think Rajaside have been phenomenal. The 1 week they didn't make it to Super Weekend was the 1 week where we didn't have Miramar in the league stage, Not really surprising.
Right.
And the 2 weeks we did have Miramar in the league stage, Rajaside was very, very comfortable. And you could see that in their approach as well. They're very much, again, I feel like the average team in PMPL Pakistan, the issue with them is their adaptability in the early game. When it comes to much more logic-dependent plays in the late game, just simple yeses or nos, these teams are quite good. And really the trouble they find is when they get thrown off their rotation early, or when they have to take a fight early, they're unable to adapt in the situation and make it happen. And that's where Miramar, I think, gives a layer of security to teams like Rajaside. Much, much slower because of the fact that it's a huge map altogether, and it allows teams to just play a lot more comfortable, not under as much pressure as you would say feel in Sanhok.
True, that is very, very true. I would 100% agree with all of those points. But along with that, when it comes down to the teams trying to take on those early contestations against their opponent teams, we have seen that has happened as well on the map of Miramar, where we would see in the first 5 minutes to the 8 minutes itself, a lot of players falling down to the cause. 54 players, 55 players remaining off a 64 lobby, and then it would just completely calm down. Yeah. And for the next 4 minutes, 5 minutes, we'll have to wait till 15 minutes into the game on the map of Miramar to finally then get back into the fights itself. So yeah, as so perfectly mentioned by you and summarized by you, those initial moments where these teams are caught out in the open or making the rotations is the most troublesome time that these teams find. On the other front, once that synergistic play kind of sets in, they've got that loot segregated, they know exactly where they're going to be rotating through and everything. That's when we do end up looking at some really wonderful fights that are taken between these teams. And again, it is all going to be based on speculation, but right now, even the stats and the speculation itself, it's all up in the air. We shall see what team will this zone will be favoring, and which team will it be that will be able to get that chicken dinner from this game. As of now, once again, the most important team to always keep an eye out is going to be the side of TmW. The other teams, they are playing their synergistic play, but TmW, that is the team that needs to, well, either showcase that there is some resilience in them, which they are trying slowly. But yeah, like you just said, I mean, you get that one good game from the side of TmW, then maybe that boost of morale will get them in a better half of the second part of the lobby.
Yeah, because to be frank, 6-point games, they're a good start, but they're not enough. Whatsoever.
Exactly, right?
They need a good game, 100%, to help boost them and help compensate for the lack of decent games they've had. If you are average in your every single game, then you're going to be middle of the pack by nature in the rankings. You're at the bottom because there's been a lot of inconsistencies, and that's where we'll have to see if TmW is able to fix it up. But I believe we are going to be ready with the match real soon, so we won't have to ponder any longer. We will get to straight up witness how it goes down. And again, excited to see how it goes down with respect to drop contestations. Even if it's standard all throughout, Hacienda del Patron has been a hotspot for many teams. We usually see 4 or 5 teams right in and around the small compounds on Hacienda del Patron. And it does end up resulting in a cap fight almost if the circle doesn't end up towards there. But hey, let's find out.
Absolutely, let's move on along with the flight path that is going to be taken on our screens in just a matter of minutes. With that, as we have a look at this lobby again, I mean, compared to yesterday, CA, correct me if I'm wrong, but I notice that the teams are actually playing a bit more. What's the correct word? I mean, strategically. I mean, they're making their rotations, but that too is very slow and steady paced. We did see some outplays tried from the side of FS where they jumped out in the open, and of course that was through in the 4th, 5th zone. So of course till then all the teams had started getting a little chaotic, but overall we did see a slow start and a very again a very thoughtful start from the entirety of this lobby. All the 16 teams taking their pace, taking it slow, taking it steady, and then as they get the information they start moving.
Yeah, really a methodical approach from most of the teams, and that's where we're
Absolutely.
expecting to move in. With this particular Miramar as well, we've got that standard flight path coming in from the south. A little angled, of course, towards Los Higos. Does put potential for Los Leones circle maybe, and show us some of that urban finish that we've all been really desperate to see at this point, but it just never happens. And so far we've mostly just seen the mountains coming into play, the terrain being an important part about how and which team gets the win. Similar to our first match where that downhill disadvantage for 52x Rage eventually ended up in the win for MetershotxSKY. Now with all of the teams going to their standard drops, Blotter, I wonder where the circle will end up on out, because the teams are similarly separated. They've gone towards opposite sides, so half of them will have to make some big rotations.
That is true, and look at that zone, dude. The zone moving on away towards the eastern front, and it is going to be northeast is where the zone is going to be finding itself. LSR going to be in the center. We do have the side of Quantum Rage up north of the zone. Alongside them is going to be MetershotxSKY, and in the center pretty much is where FMxR3D are making their rotation towards LSR itself. Again, I mean, there are quite a lot many teams who are looking comfortable in the zone, but on towards the southern western front of the map, we do have the known team that is going to be Clarity, along with 52x Rage and TUF making those rotations. Again, this is just the early few minutes of the game itself, and once again on the Los Leones city, we have SALTxi8 as well as NES. That's going to be North Esports, who have been dropping onto this area for the longest time. They do know that, I believe both the teams of course know that they are very much in close proximity, but we haven't really seen them take those sort of fights against each other. They just live and let live sort of a scenario and situation with peace up in the hand and fingers as they try and get the loot segregated. You know, over the past 3 weeks we've seen this is the exact same place that these two teams meet. But there we go, this is the zone for this map of Miramar. So once again, when you talk about that center, this is looking good for FMX, but will they be allowed to stick around there, or will Metershot, Quantum Rage, FS, TMW, Team Star jump in, Team QWERTY jump in and steal that position away from LSR?
Really, again, the Hacienda del Patron hotspot that is with several teams in that area is, I feel like it's going to be a huge part to play with the way the circle goes, because any rotation coming in from the west like XGeneration or Grounders has to go through that. Teams coming in from the north like Quantum Rage and Star have the opportunity, the third party, especially if they take water treatment control, and similarly teams coming in from the south have the threat under them that they themselves might get turned around if the circle again takes that western or centralized shift, including Hacienda del Patron. But a lot of ifs and buts, and such is the case when it comes to our first circles. You know, teams are a lot more out in the open. They're in their rotations. They're not really clumped up in one area trying to find some ability in their fights, and really just focusing on the rotations of vehicles to make them happen completely. And that's why not going to get to see any action for now. We just get to witness the beauty of this deserted land in its finest place before the yellow turns into red with the blood.
Absolutely. Now, one question I do have, CA, just correct me if, all right, never mind, I can finally see now. So on the map, I was just looking at 52x Rage, and all of those players, it seems like they're probably in a single vehicle or something, or maybe they were, because all of them were bunched up together, and I could only see one circle completing the side of 52x Rage. So I was a little confused as to, is there a split coming in from their side? Are they all four together? But yeah, now we can clearly see that all four of them are together, and they are, of course, moving up towards the trailer park, as we can see, towards the ruins region. And they are, again, based on that, making a decision to go for those late rotations. On the other front, when it comes down to those first blood situations, once again, I mean, look at Metershot. They are really fanned out towards the northern part of that zone. Towards the center, of course, is still going to be FMX, looking very comfortable. No team wants to be able to take on those contestation sort of scenarios right now, but it's, I guess, only a matter of time. See, again, every single time you talk about Miramar and you look at that lostliness, every single time you got i8 as SALTxi8 as well as North Esports close into proximity, but they never take the fights. And yeah, right now also it seems probably going to be the same case.
It does seem to be the case. I mean, not surprised really, because teams do want to play a little more safer. You know, I do like, on that note, TMW's rotation just towards the left of FMxR3D here. They've taken the Junkyard Mountain control. Does give you a lot of value if you maneuver that spot correctly, and is very likely to end up in the next 2 circles for sure, if not even more. Right now, really, I think to a large extent, teams will just be worried about getting caught on their rotations or not getting to their preferred high ground in the first place. And that's where I think the fact that a few teams are going to be feeling a lot more open will make things a lot more interesting to witness, because we'll really get to see teams trying their hardest to put random wrenches into the works of the other teams, and we'll have to see how those teams are able to adapt under those circumstances.
Well. Spoken like a true gentleman indeed, mate. That is exactly what these teams are here to do. But which team is it going to be that will be showcasing that first blood scenario and opportunity that they will be able to create? Right now, again, we can see that teams have started to make some rotations. We are, of course, following Magnus right now, and Magnus also do have a fanned out approach when it comes to the rotation that they're making right here. On the minimap, you'll be able to see that when it comes to these 2 players, of course, there's a third one also that's going to be following them, very close, but Respect is going to be far away from their position, and that is a split approach coming in from the side of Magnus, so not entirely sure what the plan right there was, but XGeneration catching on Regicide right off the bat as the team was trying to make the rotation. XGeneration being very cheeky, actually. They knew exactly that there was team right behind them. Right now, looking on the map, I can clearly see that XGeneration are going to be pushing on along to take on more players of Regicide, apparently. But for now, it is still gone back into a little bit of a stalemate situation, as we do once again are greeted with Magnus Esports' players, Mom2 and Cairo. For now, looking at a 2-man split coming in from the side of that team. And this is the replay once again from the side of Thug from XGeneration, completely stopping the side of Regicide. Actually, hold on, Regicide got Insane down, right? So Insane has been eliminated. We've got this team has got 3 players still surviving, but now with the numbers advantage dwindling and the side of XGeneration still following them, what are the opportunities left for the side of Regicide? Let's see.
We'll have to see indeed, Blotter, because at this point, Regicide, we have to remember, this is one of their strongest maps. Unfortunately for them, Miramar comes once a day. Once a day, you get the chance to play your strongest map, so you're going to have to make sure you play damn good, because otherwise, you're not going to get as much value out of your other maps necessarily, and you're going to be put into a bit of a kerfuffle.
Sorry, so sorry. Just wanted to add on that, but dude, I mean, XGeneration, look at them. The XGeneration, they're almost like, you know, following them across. They went all the way from that first blood situation, and they're like pushing on to try and take on more fights and not allowing the side of Regicide to be able to breathe. Again, we have Jaydeep over-aggressing along with Thug, and well, it seems like finally the Blue Zone is going to be able to catch up to them. And on the other side of the map altogether itself, it's going to be Quantum Rage Serious taking on shots against Metershot.
XGeneration, they've got 2 knocks already. They will eliminate Regicide altogether. A massive win for XGeneration. They get those 4 early points. They've removed the pressure on the rotation. They can just focus on getting into the circle.
Come on. Would you say that was rivalry? Because again, you saw how they pushed and just did not want to let go of the side of Regicide. Would you say that would probably be considered some sort of a rivalry that they're pushing on XGeneration? Maybe, because I've never seen a team be that okay, well, again, that's the decision that they decided to do and make, and that's okay. They did not, they did get a little bit of damage, but of course, all 4 players are still surviving, and along with that, they got the 4 important elimination points for them.
Crucial really for XGeneration. In the way they are right now, I think it's all about trying to make sure that they capitalize on this, move on forward, but TMW, they got themselves into the center of the circle quite early, but that put them under the radar of several top teams right here. QWERTY finding that initial knock and finish onto TMW's players leaves the rest of them quite isolated, unable to really move out or try to get themselves into a better spot, because honestly there isn't a better spot. They're in one of the best spots, so letting go of this area would be a huge loss, and the fact that they've already lost the player will compound it that much more. So TMW, they're gonna have to play this safe. Again, they're in a really good spot in the circle. As long as they play it defensively, the circle is going to keep favoring them.
Look on to the north of the zone, actually. We've got Quantum Rage, right? Yep, Quantum Rage and Metershot, 2 teams who are sticking at the edge right now. Very, very northern edge for their side. But Magnus, I mean, this team, again, for the side of TUF, they have gotten a really good hold of the position and rotation and placement of the players of Magnus, as Magnus, of course, just barely getting out of that position. They did get a little bit of damage, but they're still going to be able to manage and get away and still have all 4 players, of course, still surviving. So, perfect approach. On the other front, look at that. I mean, this team was hunted from the side of XGeneration. I mean, genuinely, this is a first, at least when it comes to this Pakistan region right here, that I'm noticing the team actually hunted the side of Red side and just completely obliterated them as they pushed on to do so. And of course, that is going to be the result between that fight. But of course, with that, we move on to the team and the storyline that matters the most. It is going to be the side of TMW. For now, again, they are in the center, so they want to be able to take on those fights, and they have to anyways take on those fights because they need those points. But being out in the open and in the center is a little bit of a tricky affair for them. Let's see if they'll be part of the fights or they will still try to stay shy of it.
QWERTY firing some stray shots at Grounders. Grounders, though, they're not gonna look to engage just yet. I think they're trying to make the rotation deep towards the east side. There is a Magnus area right now that is empty, and maybe pick up there. But Pika has got himself a Groza. That's a nifty airdrop picked up, but the circle actually takes a western shift. Freestyle right in the middle of it with a compound in their control. TUF with a great spot. TMW, again, that mountain compound area they've got in control for themselves in a great area, but they can't keep exposing themselves like this. Team Grounders, they're taking a crack at this posy right now, trying to find some value, but no damage found yet. Again, Team Grounders making the call to just focus on the rotation and try to get to the center of the circle. But it's going to be an interesting call because there's not much area. Okay, what for 20? Boy, what the heck?
Wow.
Talk about stunts.
Right? 420 boy,
And he died.
definitely. On a completely different rampaging, as he rampages his own vehicle, somehow manages to do so.
Just
It's
disclaimer
incredible.
for all the concerned folks out there, he was revived, guys, so it's all good.
That is true, of course. We still do have the side of XGeneration sticking with all 4 players. Moving on along with the elimination points also confirmed for their side. But now with the zone moving away from a few of these teams, the rotations that are being made are of course going to be making the teams stand out in the open, and that is exactly where a few of these teams are going to be damaged quite a lot. As of now, we do have FMxR taking on shots against the rotation of the Grounders, and the wonderful thing right now is the fact that the Grounders have actually been able to get a knock on FMX as well.
Yeah, FMX taking some shots despite the fact that they have much better positioning here. Now they are able to return that damage onto Sensi, which means Grounders will have to back up, but no, Sensi is not able to get away in time. He's going to get finished, and Grounders, they shouldn't have lost that member, but they do. FMxR3D with ample opportunity, especially the way they are blocked. Look at this, a 2-2 split, which means they can move in from both angles and just keep Grounders in that small area, suffocate them and take them out one by one.
Well, Anubis definitely creating that flank along with his teammate Rafa. And then we've got San and Pika that are going to be QWERTY. Okay, that are going to be clarity because I just saw that MeterShot are taking on another different fight altogether against the players of Clarity, and that itself I believe is happening towards the eastern front of the map altogether itself. And yep, there we go. There are on our screens where it is Roland who has been eliminated from this entire fight, and of course with that TMW jumping in a third party all across against FMX.
They put a bit of damage. My bad.
Well. Again, I mean, you talk about Teen Wolf, you talk about the way he's controlling his team from the outside. You know, he got his teammate. He's like, all right, dude, you just jump out. You know, the compound is ours. We've got Zibian on the other front. We've got Teen Wolf, that is I, on the front lines itself. This team is going nowhere. And again, 420 Boy definitely listening and definitely delivering that sort of synergistic play. And this is all based on communication, right? But now, that communication needs to convert into a knock, needs to convert into an elimination point. Both the teams know exactly what's happening, but which team will be able to get that opening? As of now, of course, it is going to be Ash, the dude from the side of MeterShot, who we've seen again and again get into those flank angles. Right now, it is Teen Wolf against the nade showcase from Ash, but Ash was just a bit too slow, and same of course was the case for 420 as well. So not a lot of damage being showcased amongst these two, but as soon as MeterShot jump out, they are going to be damaged thanks to Zibian having that flank on the back.
Oh, and Katir under a lot of trouble. He's left to himself in an isolated spot. Trying to support him though. Ash coming through on the contact of Katir, but he's not able to find anyone. Clarity pushed through as the unit. They find the eliminations, but meanwhile that northwestern fight we were seeing is still going on, as you've got TMW Star and Grounders, FMxR3D all engaged, and then right below them for the high ground control you've got Freestyle contesting with Quantum Rage, with QWERTY and XGeneration. But Freestyle, man, this position they've got is absolutely astounding. Look at the amount of control they've got in terms of sight lines. They can almost see 60% of the circle because of that one single area.
True, and they've actually got one of their players in the compound that is down south of that position, of that hill, of that mountain, and that's going to be a Win0P from the side. And this is a very wonderful play that is being showcased from the side of FS. On the other front, though, as we move on into the center of the zone, and North Esports are sticking close towards those compounds. But right now on our screens, we do have the side of Team QWERTY not having a good fight because Magnus will be catching them out, and that is going to be the demise of that team. Of course, with that, Gravity and Wolverine are still remaining from the side of QWERTY, but it seems like Wolverine, of course, will be wanting to get away from that position. As he does, TF Joker is going to be waiting for him on the other side to be able to give him that spray. As we look on the mini-map, we do have a team in the green as well, so a lot of chaos that Team QWERTY are going to have to go through with that. Wolverine, the one final player surviving for that team.
Oh, and now look, it really does mean that because of this radical shift we had from the circle towards the south area, several teams left front still trying to make the late rotations. I thought TMW would get caught out, but instead they catch Freestyle, spread out a bit too much. Wasi caught all alone. TMW pick up an easy elimination and will now try to turn the screws on Freestyle instead, try to capture their positions for themselves. Really, nobody else a third party too because of the high ground nature of this fight right here. TMW is in a great spot to really push into Freestyle, but they're electing to leave instead. They're going down all the way east.
Come on, not like that, not like that. Out in the open. Why, TMW, why? They were looking A-okay. I mean, yes, that information was given away, their position was given away, but they could have held on just a little bit longer. But you know what? In all of this, it is the side of SALTxi8 who are being so very quiet. They're just letting the entirety of the lobby fight as they have a complete control of that certain edge of the zone. And now, of course, they're going to be jumping in from that certain edge as the zone moves away from them.
Yeah, SALTxi8 are going to have to expose themselves, and it's going to be an interesting conversation because there's no one rotating in front of them either. But right now, we look towards the eastern side. You got Freestyle and Clarity piling the pressure onto Quantum Rage, denying them the opportunity to rotate. Meanwhile, TMW's final player right here, El Fatiha, trying to just hold on to his spot and play for those placement points, and those are crucial. As you can see, TMW, they've already got 4 elimination points. If somehow El Fatiha is able to get a top 5 finish, that would be huge. But talking about huge, a lovely nade and make that 2 from Magnus will not just knock 420 boy, but finish him off as well.
Well, this is definitely a very wonderful Miramar game that we're witnessing right here, actually. The teams are actually being given, from their opponents, they're being given the time to slow down the fight and then try and create those angles and then just completely pincer their opponents down. And that is something that now finally it seems like SALTxi8 will be given the opportunity to as they jump in to the zone from the south. With that, it is going to be the final player of TMW getting eliminated. Again, I mean, they were able to get those elimination points for their side. They held that position quite well, but that early rotation, or not early, but that uncalled for rotation in the open definitely was a massive punch to the gut.
Yeah, TMW is done, and so is Quantum Rage with them. All of these teams stuck out in the open right now, getting punished. But unlike all of them, SALTxi8, despite being out in the open, able to now make it to the southern edge of the circle. They creeped along those open areas step by step, and now they've got into the circle in a great spot to try and third party anything that happens right in front of them, because none of these teams is looking towards their back, really. None of these teams is as focused on SALTxi8's position, but still, it's an open area. You haven't got the high ground, so it's difficult to navigate. We'll have to see how they're able to make it happen. But while all of that is going on, you've got QWERTY with the knock as they put the pressure onto the teams in that area. Clarity stuck with Avenger OP, gunning them down. TmwEsports has been knocked and finished by MetershotxSKY right here, Bloater, and suddenly Zameen, he's going to be in a great spot to continue this onslaught onto Zibian.
Well, that was a really well-held position that they capitalized pretty well as well for the side of MetershotxSKY. They've been at this position for such a long time. They were just resilient and they were just waiting patiently. And as soon as the side of Clarity tried to make that rotation, I mean, I saw actually Clarity, they were trying to initially move on back from the exact same rotation that SALTxi8 did. And then they backtracked and moved on towards MetershotxSKY, and that is where they were caught. But on the other side, it's Magnus Esports now who are going to be bringing in not a lot of blows, because FS definitely are jumping onto the compound and just completely obliterating the lineup of Magnus. One by one, all of them fall down. It is the first knock that is coming from the side of Magnus, but...
Oh my god! Momto though, he's able to turn it around. He's found a couple of knocks, make those finishes, and suddenly... just like that, Freestyle, they're caught out now. I believe Freestyle, they've got only one member standing in Tyrant. He's got to find this 1v1 against Momto, and he certainly does. Tyrant will be able to get Malik back to life, but the damage has been done as Momto holds on for dear life. But similarly, on another note, MetershotxSKY getting rid of Clarity as they secure their spot in the circle, and I think soon to follow will be 52x Rage. SALTxi8 coming in from the south now will have them in their eyes.
Absolutely, with just a two-man squad for the side of 52x Rage, not looking too good and in control of this compound. But look at Uzum, he has taken a lot of knock and a lot of bled. It was all thanks to Snow coming in from the side of MetershotxSKY from the back, actually. So MetershotxSKY, they're still very much in the part of this fight, and that push that we were anticipating from the side of SALTxi8 has definitely deterred a little bit thanks to the over-aggression from MetershotxSKY. And in doing all of that chaotic play, they have opened up the side of SALTxi8, where SALTxi8 one by one are bringing their numbers down. And again, I mean, from one side it's 52x Rage, the other side it's going to be MetershotxSKY. It's not looking like the side of SALTxi8 are going to be able to make it, but again, I mean, they've lost only one player. Now they know exactly where the opponents are, and this is their moment to try and give a little bit of damage. But in all of that, as we look on towards the side of TUF, they moved in from the western flank of the zone, and with the numbers working in this team's favor, the synergy is definitely going to be on point, and this game, which seemed like could be SALTxi8's, could now be stolen away from TUF.
It does most certainly seem like at this point anything could go wrong for the side of SALTxi8, because they're in that edge while they're trying to get rid of 52x Rage, but the pressure piles in from MetershotxSKY, who get the eliminations on 52x Rage instead, leaving SALTxi8 with not much found in that exchange, because they lost 2 members and all they got was 1 elimination point. But they're a part of the circle. There's a chance it might shift towards them and give SALTxi8 the opportunity to pull out a 2v4. Either ways, we've got 4 teams in the lobby. blotter, 2 teams with their 4-man squad, 2 teams with the 2-man, and I love the way it's geometrically synced. You got the North Esports and TUF right in front of each other, the 4-man teams, and then SALTxi8 and Freestyle right in front of each other, the 2-man teams. But Crypto and SALTxi8, they bite a bit more than they can chew. Sure, they get a knock, but they instantly get traded back.
Well, again, I mean, you talk about the way North Esports has actually utilized this entire position and aggressed when it was required from their side is so very commendable approach from their side. And in doing so, now we do have 3 teams remaining as SALTxi8 has been eliminated. It is going to be the numbers advantage that is, of course, going to be favoring North Esports. But of course, we still do have TUF as well as FS. So some really big names. And of course, when it comes to the elimination points, they are also going to be up on top. So is North Esports capable enough to steal this chicken dinner? And it seems like they are actually. Look at Erangel OP knocking down. But in doing so, of course, he himself will be traded.
And suddenly you can see North Esports in quite a dicey spot. They're in the circle, but that's actually what is putting them under threat, because the remaining 2 teams, the UF and Freestyle, they're almost combining with each other inadvertently to try and pressure North Esports. Only got 3 men standing with Avenger OP currently knocked. Will get back to his feet, but still unavailable to fight, and that's where North Esports, they make key errors. Snow goes in early, and now Avenger OP is going to have to revive him, leaving North Esports stuck in a never-ending loop of they get knocked, they get revived, they get knocked, they get revived. But one thing they're not able to do is cause some shift in the teams in front of them. Max, he's trying to make something happen, but man, is he is in an aggressive spot, could easily get isolated by any of the remaining teams.
Well, this is... I mean, for the side of TUF, this team is being very, very quiet. TUF is not taking on fights. They're not wanting to take on fights as well. They're just holding that lower ground for themselves. And okay, I see why. Because it's the domination from Snow and his nades that is going to be stopping TUF's push. 2 of their players have already been knocked and brought down to their knees. Virus going on to take another shot as well. This is looking like a Freestyle and North Esports combined together could maybe eliminate TUF, and that is where the advantage could maybe favor North Esports, because the numbers advantage is going to be favoring them as they push on into this fight against TUF's Joker, Sir, and Thor, and that is going to be the it. That is going to be the it. Well, that is the sentence that came out of my mouth, and with that, we've got 2 players remaining from FS, and they are trying to take and steal this chicken, but will this side of North Esports allow? Alright, one of their players goes down, but in the return, Banikopi goes down as well. So now it is down to the numbers advantage that is going to be favoring North Esports, and they better be able to come on, get this chicken. Tarrant is still holding on strong. Avenger OP and Snow, the 2 players. Okay. They are going to slow it down. They're going to start utilizing the nade parade right now. And Tyrant, rightfully so, he's going to back out of that. Perfect play. He's 1-man army, so he wants to be able to just keep that advantage working for him.
Now look at this.
Element.
Really, at this point, for both of these teams, it's become that state where neither of them entirely sure, and it does come down to just that final moment. The winner chicken dinner picked up for North Esports, just playing it beautifully, tactically all together. And we talked about this for them in regards to the fact that they could, focus themselves on the idea that, hey, if we can pull off 1 chicken dinner, the way Regicide, if they pull off 1 chicken dinner, they create that gap. North Esports doing exactly that, putting them in firm distance away from Regicide, who is right below them, trying to contest push back. With this second dinner, North Esports will be feeling a lot more safer about their chances to make it to the grand finals.
Oh, they definitely ought to be feeling very, very confident with this play that they were able to make right here against the really big names in the lobby, and they held their ground strong, so nothing taken away from their playstyle, along with, of course, 12 elimination points is what they walk away with. So a miraculous turn of events for the side of North Esports, and in fact, actually all of these teams that we did see in the final few zones, right? I mean, we had SALTxi8, we of course did have Freestyle, we had TUF, all of them, they played it perfectly, and North Esports just had a better angle in all of that, that's all.
100%. I think North Esports, still, we have to give them props. When you look back to Superweekend 1, was a bit of a downer for this team altogether. The experience clearly shows they're resilient, they bounce back, and we'll have to see which other teams have that. But for now, a small break.
Go! It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, a huge chicken dinner coming out there for the side of North Esports, especially with Red side eliminated in that 16th spot. That battle for the top 16 suddenly becoming a lot more one-dimensional, like one narrative almost, as certain teams are much more in focus now with North Esports getting that chicken dinner. But really, I think the one thing we can guarantee ourselves with all of these amazing teams that you can see in this lovely gladiator arena is that they're going to give it their all, they're going to give it their hearts as they look to shed blood and tears to grab that winner chicken dinner. $500 for North Esports right now. But let's take a look at who the MVP is and how that battle is going on for that prize itself. I believe it should be Snow, yeah, from the side of North Esports. Very aggressive in his own regard, continuously looking to take those fights. 6 eliminations, 865 damage, and just overall well-rounded effort, I would say, from Snow. But like Blotter was also saying, I think to a large extent, it is just the circle did help them out, and because they were in the position for that to happen because of their early rotation. So I think one thing that North Esports has established is that they are a clear-cut blueprint for all of the teams that did not or do not have the greatest of morale or momentum right now. That as long as you're able to just kink out the small errors you're making, as long as you're able to play it soundly, logically, you will be able to achieve to a large extent. And we'll have to see how those teams are able to make it up.
True.
Because right now, North Esports is just a step ahead.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I mean, they're not letting any of these fights get to their head. They are definitely just jumping into only the fights that they know that they ought to be able to capitalize upon, and they are able to do so, actually. So, yeah, a wonderful game from there. 6 elimination points coming in from Snow, along with his teammate Avenger OP chiming in with 4 elimination points as well. And then we also do have FS, Tyrant and Malik with 5 and 3 elimination points to them both, along with Clarity Zibian also looking pretty comfortable. So yes, this entire saga on the side of Miramar was a little sideways, because again, when it comes down to the zone itself, I mean, North Esports, they were in that zone for such a long time. You talk about FS, you talked about the FS long before as well, where they had the edge of the zone, and even before that, they were looking very comfortable because they had the information of all the teams, as they had that advantage, right? The altitude advantage working for them.
Really, and I think in terms of the attitude advantage, you can see Freestyle as well, much better in that regard. Very aggressive in their approach. They got punished even a little for it by TMW, but they never backed down, continuously took the fights, took the advantages they could and sightlines they had to maximize their points, and maximize they did. Over 2.4k damage, just showing us true glimpses of that Freestyle that we had seen in the first week. And no surprises that it is Malik showing up in the match summary from Freestyle. He's been one of the most consistent players for that team.
Definitely has been, and it has been a wonderful journey for the side of FS as well. Along with that, XGeneration moving in slowly, but the way that they took that early fight, I really do want to now see if they actually have some sort of a rivalry against that team, or was it just because they had the opportunity? I'm not entirely sure, but they definitely made it a point to rush after Regicide to get those elimination points.
I mean, they do have the ranking rivalry, right? The fact that Regicide is 16th and XGeneration is 17th. I believe the gap before the last game was 19 points. Now with XGeneration getting 9 and Regicide getting 0, the gap should be just 10 points. But really, I think the standout thing is going to be just the fact that North Esports, with those 27 points, should be able to create a big gap between themselves and Redicide. As TMW, they're just slowly chugging along. 6 points first game, 5 points in the second. Again, much better than the nothing that we've seen from them a lot of times, but you still need that one big cherry on the cake to top it all off. You need that, if not chicken dinner, at least a second or third place heavy duty action performance, like 8 or 9 elimination points with a second or third. That's good enough.
Absolutely, and that's going to be critical for the side of the team to be able to capitalize and use those information. With that, let's move on and of course have a look at this moment, or rather so many moments that took place throughout the game. Where indeed this was the most sensational one according to me, because XGeneration, I mean, finally the rivalries have started, and as soon as I believe XGeneration found out that they have Regicide in their crosshairs, they just absolutely got into their vehicles and started rushing them and gunning them down, and did not stop till the time the entirety of Regicide was dropped down to their knees.
Yeah, exactly. And I did feel to a large extent that for that one single fight, it almost inspired the teams as soon as they saw it on the kill feed. Like, hey, we gotta go for it too. And we saw fight after fight erupting all across the board. Again, no surprise that these things are happening towards the fourth circle, right? Because within the first two, when teams are a lot slower, when teams are a lot more reserved in their area, and they have a lot more area to pick up, they do not tend to be trigger happy. But when it comes to contesting these power points in later circles, teams are happy to take it against each other.
Well, right now, as we move on through into these final moments, 23 minutes into the game, the sixth zone actually is what we're looking at, of course, where we did see the side of North Esports slowly but surely over-aggress a little bit, and then this is where Snow was caught all by himself, thanks to, of course, his opponent reading the better of that position. But of course, again, we know what the final result of the entire saga was, where we did see the side of this team walk away with the 6 more elimination points for their side. Right now they're sitting on 8, and so in the end they walk away with 12 elimination points. So a wonderful game from the side of North Esports. But while all of that was going on, I was actually going through my notes, and I just noticed that the side of Magnus has kind of slowed down a little. The same is the case for the side of Quantum Rage, as well as other teams in the lobby now are making pretty good back of the punch. And especially, I mean, these are the teams that actually do require to make those sort of plays. But again, this is how this entire Pakistani region has been progressing on. 1 week, you've got one team performing and outperforming the other. The next week, it's a completely different yin and yang situation. But overall, for now, it is once again going to be the case for FMxR3D. Well, 503 damage, but sadly only 1 elimination point for their side. Regicide, well, again, we saw what happened to them. MetershotxSKY had a really good start to the day, but this time around, getting eliminated on that 15th position. So a lot of ups and downs being showcased as we move from one map to the other from these teams.
Most definitely. TUF reclaiming their second spot though. Jumping back up our QWERTY and MetershotxSKY is going to be a tiny rivalry we get to witness. Freestyle, with their great performance breaking into the top 10, they're going to be glad they're in much more familiar territory, while H2E comfortably just maintain their spot. It's unlikely. I would be surprised. I mean, it might be possible, but I would be surprised if they even make it out of the top 10 because of the strong performance they put into the 2 super weekends. But they're sure to be looking here right now being like, that's another $500 we missed. That's another $500 we missed. That's another $500 we missed.
Well, again, nothing taken away from that fact, because once again, when it comes down to their own chicken dinners, they did walk away with a comfortable $2,000 in the bank. So yeah, that itself is definitely going to be a big boost. And based on the way that they played and the position that they're at, yeah, we can definitely say that this team has already made it. They're going to be jumping into the finals itself, the grand finals itself, where you've got the massive prize pool waiting for these teams to participate in. So yeah, a wonderful saga for the side of H2E. As we move on towards the second page, now look at North Esports. They have moved up. FMxR3D are down a bunch as North Esports make their way to the 13th spot. And again, I mean, 20 points shy, right? That is the math right there between them and 4VTFD.
Yeah, North Esports right at this point just in a very comfortable spot. Should be able to guarantee their move into the top 16. It really is just Regicide that is under focus right now. You can see that gap between themselves and XGeneration reduced to just 10 points on board at this moment. And while those two teams are duking out against each other, you've got TMW making slow strides, gradually up and above. They're at that 70-point mark now, still over 60 points away from that top 16 spot. So to double their tally in the matter of 1.5 days, it's going to be a tough ask. That's why they've got to get that one game. But hey, maybe that one game will only come much later into this weekend. Maybe we get to see the true rise of TMW only in day 3. So for today, I just want to see them continue that decent performance. They continue to be confident in their ability.
Absolutely. Again, I mean, when we start casting these top tier teams, one thing that we end up not really paying much attention to is the fact that there are these teams who are not necessarily on to that sort of a caliber as well. Yes, they got really good, for the qualifying games, and they are here wherein, again, not to again talk bad about any team, but let's just hypothetically bring up the conversation, all right? Right now, we've got a lot of hope set up for the side of TMW. But then again, let's look on to the 20 teams that were part of the league play days, and we had this team called 3X in there as well, right? So had 3X been here, it would have been that much more of a Herculean task for the side of that team to stand up to the lobby, which is looking so dominating from one game to the next. It's TUF, SALTxi8, MetershotxSKY Esports. They're all just capitalizing on those opportunities. And then you've got the sides of TMW, 3X, and the others who are slowly still motivated, still wanting to grind, still wanting to stand true to, of course, their fans. It's not easy, dude. It's definitely not easy. So yeah, even if they're getting those 5-6 points, I'm definitely happy for the side of TMW. And maybe tomorrow, as you said, this X Factor approach, maybe just give them that 1 chicken dinner, 2 chicken dinner, just a final game, maybe gets them in this top 16. Let's see. Hopefully that will be the case. But right now, I am very well convinced with the way that the team of TMW is approaching these fights.
Most definitely. And we'll be heading immediately towards our third match, back to Erangel, as we head on to the midpoint of our final Super Weekend. At the end of this match, of course, will be exactly more than 1.5 days in, so feels like that's where the pressure will start turning for the teams after that 50% mark, where they know every single match coming in is that much more crucial. And we've got that standard flight part coming through for our third match now, coming through from shooting range all the way south to Sosnovka. So that earlier shift we saw from the side of MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8, who landed towards Farm and Milta and increased the temperature there for a second, will not happen again. I expect them to go back to their standard Sosnovka and Novorepnoy drops.
Absolutely, and that is what we're witnessing right here. When it comes down to the map of Erangel, we do see some standard drops coming in from these teams, where TMW loves to go towards Zarki. We've got the 52X Rage players going up to Starberg, and of course the players of Star looking very comfortable as well. So nothing changing over here. The only thing I want to keep an eye out towards is what is going, or rather where exactly is going to be the first contestation. What team is it going to be that might just get down on the ground and take on some shots to the teams that are still floating across? As we can see, the side of Metershot as well as SALTxi8, they are the last ones. And of course, when it comes down to the side of TMW, QWERTY, TUF, they've already gotten those loots started off, and they are going to be able to, well, if they want, they are going to be able to make those early iterations, as the zone is going to be favoring them for now. Whereas on the other side, the teams finding themselves on the southern part of this map. We do have Freestyle, we have the Grounders, we've got, of course, SALTxi8 along with Metershot on that military base. They are going to have to make that rotation, and nothing stopping them from doing so as of now. It is just the fact that if they end up choosing to make those late rotations, we could very well see a bridge camp, either from the Grounders or maybe even Freestyle, for that matter, when it comes to the Ferry Prairie Bridge.
Yeah, exactly. Lot of possibilities with this circle going towards that northwestern area. Also the possibility that I finally get the Georgia Bill finish that I want. This beautiful area where you can see right now PUF around these containers. Maybe we get that containers finish to come out towards the end. But one thing that we can most certainly expect is the late rotations from MetershotxSKY, which means not going to have any early action around those bridges just yet. I think it is mostly going to be focused towards that third and fourth circle when teams do get into the area. Rather than the fourth, I think this time it is going to be the third because there's much lesser area for these teams to occupy with a significant portion of the circle in the water. So the third circle is where things should start to heat up.
Well, viewers, do you hear that? Did you just hear what exactly happened? You know, that is CA being so very smooth in terms of his predictions, and of course also getting that conversation moving on to the PUBG gods. That all right, this is what I'm predicting, this is what I'm anticipating, and you better give me that, simply put. All right. And so yeah, that was really smooth, mate. I like that, I love that, in fact. And I do want to say that I completely trust you. Yes, I do think the circle will, the way it is looking like it is probably, the probability are high, basically the chances are high for it to make a shift towards that container base and go towards Giorgio. But again, that is going to be after a few more minutes. For now, the teams once again on the map of Erangel, the only teams that are in close contestation as of now are going to be the teams that find themselves towards that Pochinki Rozhok. That is FMxR3D and MetershotxSKY for now. Again, when we go back to the side of Giorgio, we do have clarity. Right next to him, of course, is going to be TUF, but TUF are a little further out. I think they're towards the hospital region, and so that fight is not going to be breaking out anytime soon. And again, I mean, when it comes to the fights itself, the only team that are actually in close proximity are either FS and Magnus, or we've got the side of Esports and FMX.
Currently, though, all of these teams just focused on getting the loot online. You can see QWERTY towards that Pochinki area. Quite interesting that they ended up settling on towards here again. An empty spot because of the fact that H2E isn't in the lobby. It's usually their drop location. And it does, Pochinki being empty does leave a lot more room for teams to rotate, really. You haven't got to be worried about the most central city over here in our map of Erangel, which gives you a lot more freedom to enact your early rotations quite simply, and that's why QWERTY finding a lot of ease in that. But right now, Blotter, I'd also like to take a second to talk about that elimination stage. The MVP battle is one of its own too. We've got Crypto in that 102 mark. The king as such cannot be touched, but talking about touching distance, Joker and Edgar, they've been on a meteoric rise for TUF, just within a couple kills now of 420 Boy and Blade in that second and third spot.
But again, I mean, when it comes to Crypto and the amount of eliminations that he's been able to accumulate, again, I don't have the exact number, so I don't know. But yeah, it is. Is it possible for him to be not be able to stay on that pole position?
I mean, it's certainly possible, but not within one game.
Like, what's the difference?
Currently, he's at 102. The second spot is 91, and then 88, 86, and 80.
Okay. Well. All right. We'll get back to that. There's still matches remaining. There is still hope. There is still possibility. But looking at this zone, teams are making those rotations. We do have Esports sticking themselves towards the school. We've got SALTxi8, which seems like they're going to be making, or rather planning to make a late rotation from that ferry pier. They're just holding that ground as of now. The TmW, nothing stopping them in their tracks. I mean, the zone is definitely favoring them. The position is definitely favoring them. But Clarity Esports right now, TmwEsports with his KRL is getting some information against the players of FMxR3D, and close to proximity of this area where we do see the side of TmwEsports taking on that information is going to be the players of TUF as well. So as soon as TmwEsports tries to take some shots, he's going to be giving away the audio cues to the players of TUF, and now TUF are also jumping into exactly that same position. From one side it's TUF, that's going to be from the western flank. From the eastern flank it's going to be the side of Team Star, and from south we've got Team QWERTY. Again, a lot of teams just suddenly are wanting to jump exactly to the position where we did just see FMX and Clarity Esports.
Yeah, all of them right now grouping towards that containers area. I really hope the teams are right and it does end up ending up in that spot for a containers finish, because honestly there's not much room over there for teams to play as safe as they would normally like to in that final area. Teams will likely make the move to try and deny that, and we'll have to see which team is the one that lights the stack really, between team is the one to give us the early spark. For now,
Absolutely.
most teams just focus on the rotation. The only teams left behind are 52X Rage, who are making the move now, so not really late. And then you've got MetershotxSKY, who are just starting to get into their vehicles. They're like, oh, okay, we have to rotate, guys. Let's go.
Nah, it's too early right now. It's too early. It's just 8 minutes. They gotta wait for 2 minutes more, and that's when we shall see that rotation coming in from the side of Metershot. As SALTxi8 actually this time around, they have jumped out of that military base right at the edge of the blues itself, as they will be able to get into the comfort of the zone. And talking about the zone itself, this is looking like something that, of course, CA did put in a word to the gods of PUBG, and it is definitely looking like a chaotic fight that will be not only one fight again. We are going to be looking at a lot of fights that are going to be taking place in just a matter of minutes, because so many teams so close to each other is always going to be brewing a lot of damage to a lot of them teams if they're not in the compounds, if they're not safe. And there we go, the zone shifting all to the north, and shooting range is where this thing will be taken, this center.
Yeah, very interesting that the shooting range mountains are completely empty. 52X Rage should be able to get themselves in there comfortably. And now we've got an airdrop towards the ruins area with the MK14, most likely to fall into the hands of MetershotxSKY. So definitely a huge blessing for them. We'll have to see if they're able to appropriately get value out of it. But right now, again, that shooting range area is where 52X Rage as well as Regicide actually are going to be heading. I think it is going to be a crucial part, even if it is the next circle shift towards more of containers and less of the northern area. Though that high ground to have over the potential containers fight, the mountain, for example, we're seeing right in front of us in our screen right now, that can be extremely valuable for a team to hold for themselves. So we'll have to see which team decides to go for that shooting range mountain.
Well, look at SALTxi8 as they jump into the zone, or rather try to jump into the zone. They have an opportunity to take it away from Magnus. But again, I mean, we'll have to see in just a matter of minutes if SALTxi8 decide to do that or not. As we wait right now on our screens, we do have the grounders who have moved and made a rotation to get into the South Georgia region. But of course, right across is going to be the side of TUF. Now look at Shaptar. He's on a completely different flank approach, and of course he's probably trying to get some information as to where the opponent teams are. But the opponents, I mean, they are just scattered. They are not in one compound, they are in 3 individual compounds, and they are taking on shots all by their lonesome. And it's going to be QWERTY who are at the receiving end. But thankfully it seems like Khan along with his teammates are going to be able to nope, what a spray, dude. With that, the vehicle blows and 2 of the players have been knocked, and I believe the elimination point was actually stolen from Clarity.
Yeah, Clarity, we like, thank you for the leash. All the work done by Joker sir, taken advantage by Clarity, and now Star as well coming into the picture as another member of QWERTY goes down into the dirt, leaving Gravity all on his lonesome. Now you got SALTxi8 making that long rotation through the Western Highway, trying to get in, while TUF continue their engagements in this Georgiapol area around the containers, around these small compounds really, trying to deny teams those small spots by peeking out in the window, using the compound safety to their advantage pretty well. But the circle once again starting to get very congested in that regard. We'll have the next shift, the third circle, be really interesting in the way teams approach it, because you can see now with 52X Rage and Regicide having taken that high ground control, the nature, especially we know 52X Rage can be hella aggressive. I wonder how Regicide decides to play this, if they're playing it a little bit more smarter, maybe wait for 52X Rage to try and engage in a third party situation and then just bounce on them from their back.
Well, let's see what is going to be brought from the side of the PUBG gods, actually, because the other thing that I'm actually thinking about CA is based on the zone itself, the teams are actually getting divided. You know, the teams are divided between the shooting range and the hospital and that Pareto, and this is okay. Well, never mind my conversation or thought or point, because the zone is going to be forcing the team to move on north towards that shooting. And as they do, they are going to be in a lot of trouble. And look at that. That is the perfect opportunity. So it wasn't entirely a steal because he also heard those audio cues and completely pins it down his entire ammo back, and then doing so, of course, got those elimination points for his team, and that is for the side of QWERTY Esports. With that, we're still looking at 16 teams surviving. When it comes to the damage that has been done into the lobby, the massive damage has been done to Team QWERTY, where Gravity is the only player surviving. Apart from that, all the other teams are looking comfortable. All the other teams have all 4 players surviving.
With the circle shift especially going northwestern, teams making quick rotations trying to get in. Edgar just falls to his death as Freestyle will now engage in a fight with FMxR3D. Team Grounders trying to gatekeep Magnus, able to find several knocks. That again, this is what I was talking about, that third circle. It's lit that spark because teams in that congested spot trying to make the move happen, but they just don't have enough space. And this is where SALTxi8 brilliantly done, man. This area that is under pressure right now, SALTxi8 already went past it a couple of minutes ago, and in doing so are able to get themselves in an easy spot, but not so easy for FMxR3D as they will be finished man by man, leaving Rafe in an impossible area where he can't really do much. He has the company of his teammate, and Rafe and Anubis are going to have to try to find a way to just play for placement points.
They definitely are. On the other side, for the side of Reg's side, this is not looking good because it is going to be 52x Rage getting the better half of that fight, and it is not looking good for Nocto and Insane. As Insane goes down, Nocto is going to be the one-man army. Or 52x Rage is not able to actually hold on to that spray that Nocto is delivering with that UMP control that he's bringing to the table. His teammates are still alive. They do need the revive, but that is not going to stay on for long. It seems like Nocto, he's definitely trying to take on these shots, but like I said, not going to be allowed to stay on for long, and in doing so, 52x Rage will be eliminating Regicide on the 16th position. 15 teams remaining, and with that, we have a look at that chaotic rush to get into the zone, and this is where 52x Rage just dominated Regicide, but now they themselves are going to get dominated thanks to Quantum Rage and their play and their approach in this fight, where it seems like the nade parade is all it's going to take to stop this team in the tracks, or not really, or rather the other way around, where Quantum Rage's open aggression is going to be stopped thanks to a perfect setup nade from the side of 52x Rage. And in that small little pip, we can see that there is FS also, correct me if I'm wrong, that was taking on another fight altogether.
Yeah, now with the circle closing in the next 3 seconds, these teams are going to have to really pick up the pace because it's quite unlikely the circle goes towards them, and it takes a radical northern shift. Now Quantum Rage and 52x Rage are actually smack bang in the middle, not in the middle of it, but smack bang in the northern edge of the circle, with no worries about any team third-partying them in this situation because they're actually behind the mountain range almost, so it's unlikely a team has reached that far. They can just stall out their fight between each other, but the same liberty cannot be afforded to teams like TUF, North Esports, Freestyle, all near Georgopol, the containers area. They're going to have to just try to play it quickly and get in, but again, 52x Rage, Quantum Rage holding on. Sirius gets caught with a nade in his hand. Ferro coming out of the door, getting him by surprise. Will get 52x Rage that man advantage. They've got to move in decisively now, finish off Quantum Rage.
They definitely will, and they will do it in style as well. I mean, again, they've got Sparky and IQ to deal with, but Faster, having cooked that nade to perfection. Okay, I thought that would definitely give him a knock, but has not given him a knock as of now. But that's absolutely fine. Again, the numbers advantage that is going to be favoring the side of 52x Rage, where they have taken this fight to the face of Quantum Rage and definitely have come up much, much stronger for the side of Quantum Rage. I mean, they are trying their level best, the two-man army, but not before the side of 52x Rage gets a little bit of damage as well. It is going to be Faster who has been dropped, but now IQ, the dude in week number 1, he was looking really, really good for the side of Quantum Rage, but now, all by his lonesome, getting flanked from 2 angles, not going to be able to stand tall for long, and North Esports is another team with all 4 players surviving. It seems like Avenger OP is interested more in getting those elimination points for his team rather than getting into the comfort of the zone, and once again, I mean, this is the 4th zone. Oh, never mind. He was actually waiting for his teammates to be able to come and pick him up. That is absolutely fine. And GG play for North Esports as well. With that, this game is absolute chaos ensuing from one fight to the next. And CA, dude, you called for it, and this is definitely a very, very important zone for these teams, and a very interesting and entertaining one for us, as TmW's Alfatha takes on Drolan from all this distance away, and the perfectly set up shot will be able to give him the knock, but sadly the point was not yet taken.
Yeah, TmW with a really nice spot in the circle. Once again, they've got the high ground in terms of the mountain. They've got the center of the circle. As long as they hold on, don't peek out too much, they should be able to comfortably get themselves in. But the key part of their position right now is they've got the opportunity to capitalize on this fight. SALTxi8 moving into Clarity's area will cause a ruckus, and TmW in the perfect spot to third party take out two huge teams and any threat of them coming in from their back.
Come on. TmW can do this. TmW can definitely do this. That is only if SALTxi8 would allow them to do that. And it is going to be Crypto, who seems to have taken a damage thanks to his buggy getting blown, I think. I do believe, yep, that has exactly been the case, and it is thanks to, I believe, Clarity, along with TmW, taking on those sprays against the players of SALTxi8. And now, this is the moment that Harry could capitalize, and it is really good that TmW's Harry is in that position, because he loves to over-aggress, and he has the capability and the opportunity and the position to be able to just get a perfectly set up nade lob, boop, and that would be the end of SALTxi8. As we can see, three of those players right there, Blade, Reviews, and Crypto, all jumbled up, but in all of that, we have the zone once again moving away, and FS are the ones who are going to be finding themselves. Yep, FS, one final man, one final player, Tyrant, is going to be jumping into the center of the zone. With that, TUF chiming in to take on some blows against the players of NorthEsports. Not before, NorthEsports retaliates as well, but NorthEsports have had a massive blow to their numbers, wherein they were able to stop the tracks of the aggression from TUF, but they have been damaged. As we can clearly see, three of their players are knocked, and Virus chiming in along, just one nade, and that would be it.
You can see Blade under a lot of trouble. Crypto not really able to get to him, so Blade is gonna try to make the move happen,
Virus
get to himself. Wait, what? Virus just mollied his own teammate, TUF.
Yep.
Where even, I think they're contesting with NorthEsports. Yep, there you go. Maxi finishes off TUF. TUF with a bit of a blunder that we didn't even get to see. Thankfully for them, they were not on the screen when that happened.
Well, this absolutely favored TmW in all the scenarios, right? I mean, just a couple of minutes ago, it was SALTxi8 wanting to over-aggress against the position of TmW, and right next to them was Clarity, but now all of those things have actually churned across, and TmW are definitely looking that much more in contestation. With that, 9 teams remaining, and right now when it comes to SALTxi8, they are not wanting to stand quietly, or rather fall down quietly simply, because Uzum, along with Reviews, will try and get that rivalry initiated between these two players. And again, a 1v1 situation, Reviews easily able to get out and get that elimination point. Thus, it is Clarity Esports getting eliminated. With that, 8 teams remaining. The numbers advantage, like I was saying, TmW definitely are going to be favored, but they are going to have to stand true and tall, for they are going to have to face Metershot. They've got the side of 52x Rage, as well as, of course, SALTxi8.
But they won't have Team Star to worry about as XGeneration make quick work of them and kick them out of the lobby. 3 easy elimination points picked up, and we're getting to see the rise of those bottom teams. We've got XGeneration and TmW in the top 7 right now, and potentially even top 6, as Khan finds Uzum leaving SALTxi8 with just one single player in Reviews. Have to see what he can achieve on his lonesome, because he is in the middle of 2 4-man squads. TmW are going to spot him out and most likely finish off SALTxi8 right here. Harry will ensure that they get that top 6 slot, especially with those 2 eliminations. TmW in a perfect position to have that big game for them that they also desperately needed come through.
Absolutely do. And again, with all of this, look at Team QWERTY's gravity. That one dude, the one-man army, he's still... Okay, never mind. He gets eliminated, and we're left with 5 teams remaining right now, as TmW try and make their presence known and felt in this lobby. They are very much looking in control of so many of these fights. But like I said earlier as well, this team is going to have to be careful. Look onto the minimap. Keep an eye on the minimap, because this team is going to be out of the zone, and that comfort of the zone is so very crucial. For now, that is being favored by XGeneration, and XGeneration could maybe maybe just stop, or rather, if not stop, but definitely blow a little bit of damage to these teams as they try and get into the zone altogether itself. Because right now, TMW, they're on top of that hill, so they've got that ridge advantage working for them. But as soon as they try and drop down to get into the zone, all of that advantage is going to be shying away from them. But let's see what it's going to be. Because again, if you look on the mini map, or rather the main map itself is what I'm looking at, we've got TMW's Harry, who's moved behind the position of 52x Rage, and 52x Rage are none the wiser. So a very interesting flank that Harry could very well utilize for his team.
Definitely good blotter. Right now though, pressure on TMW right here as Khan is under the radar of North Esports, and Zen have found two of their players. TMW caught in two fights at the same time as Marlego MVP as well has been down. Now, he will not be able to get out of there, but the annoying point about that is that even though he got knocked by someone else, Thug steals the elimination point, and it's so crucial because Thug is one of their key opposition. Able to deny that elimination point from them will mean that now Thug puts TMW under that much more pressure, but he's gonna have to worry about his own team right now. MetershotxSKY moving in for the kill. Bashir in this 1v1, he still finds the win. Bashir holding on for his team, but he's been traded out. But he's done the job. I think XGeneration should be able to come through and finish off these two players.
Amazing turn of events for the side of XGeneration, and it's all thanks to, of course, Bashir indeed, and his teammate right on the back is, of course, going to be Thug, as well as 420 Boy jumping in to try and get that revival, but that's not going to be allowed because that one player who's always waiting on that flank angle from the side of Metershot, Ash, he is the one who will deliver the massive punch to, of course, XGeneration, and in doing so, now XGeneration find themselves in a very tricky position because Thug is the only man who has an opportunity to be able to give that revival and survival position for his team. But will he be able to stop Metershot getting into that shack to get that revival done, or getting his teammates eliminated as well? All right, perfect approach coming in from Thug, and Ash, not entirely sure what he was thinking. He knew he was getting shot at and decides to run out in the open. Yeah, definitely. That's how you're definitely going to be getting those elimination points. But hey, nothing broken away from the fight, because overall this has been an incredible fight for the side of XGeneration. But in the end, what a game. This was very much needed for the XGeneration for the XGeneration.
52x Rays, they pick up that winner chicken dinner, and really a great matchup overall, I'd say, for all of the teams in our second page. A lot of the teams, if not all of the teams in that second page. Having a great performance altogether, increasing the volatility that we've got in our table as it is, and making things that much more spicy. But it's 52x Rage who walk away with the 500 USD, so I think they're the ones who are going to be feeling most proud.
Absolutely. I mean, we did see them bring in a very wonderful finish in the first game as well of Erangel, right? I mean, they came in second, if I'm not wrong, and they did have decent amount of elimination points as well, but were not able to get the chicken dinner. This time around, they definitely are going to be able to capitalize on that perfect play from their side. 14 elimination points. That is definitely going to be a big boost to their day. On the other front for XGeneration as well, I mean, previous game on Miramar, we saw them take on those fights, and now as well, they jump into the second position. Definitely a really good game for the side of this team as well. So this lobby is it is almost like they know they're rivals, but they understand each other's pain, and they understand that, all right, you know what, you deserve this win, let's go ahead with it. And it's always fun to notice this sort of play.
100%, and we're gonna have a lot more of it, but after this small break.
Go! It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
अभी तो फिलहाल हम मेकअप कर रहे हैं. one that does not. का मतलब ये कि don't shoot. Game master, मखफुल टीम क्या खले? माँ का बेटा. हाय बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है PUBG मोबाइल के साथ कोलैबोरेट करके और अब मुझे एक और तरीका मिल गया अपने फैंस से कनेक्ट होने का पख्तून फैंस से अपनी आवाज में PUBG मोबाइल खेलने का मौका मिलेगा अपना अच्छा लगेगा आप खुद सोचें तो कोई एक चीज वियर्ड नहीं है वो तो बहुत कुछ ऐसा कई दफा हुआ है कि थैंक यू वेरी मच कह के या बिल्कुल खामोशी से मैं निकल गई PUBG तो मैं सोच रही हूँ जो इस वक्त मेरी टीम यहाँ पे मैं इनके साथ खेलूँ मजे का कीप रॉकिंग यूथ में मेरी बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग है और फैंस वाकई मुझसे बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार करते हैं बहुत हार्डकोर हैं तो लेट्स गो तो अभी हम रास्ते में हैं और हम जा रहे हैं अपने स्टूडियो की तरफ वॉइस ओवर्स के लिए वॉइस पैक आने वाला है PUBG मोबाइल में पश्तो में सो यस मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड माँ कवर का अल्लाह का माँ सरा मदद का और मुझे प्राउड इस बात पे कि मैं पठान हूँ मुसलमान हूँ मैं आज जो हूँ जहाँ हूँ यकीनन मेरे कल्चर की कदर ही है जो मुझे यहाँ तक लेके आई
आप लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग कब शुरू करें
बहुत जल्द मुझे लगता है इसके बाद तो एक बनता है सेशन तो वो तो आप जल्दी देखेंगे मुझे हेलो 1 2 3 4 चेक साउंड चेक हाँ नहीं याला का मासरा मदद होगा माँ खबर का हाँ देर का याला का तो पक्कू पकार दे ज़मा फीक वार याला का ब्याह बप्पा यूज़े गेम का ज़्यादा बच करम मनना माँ खबर का देर का पमा बांधे डज़ों के So thank you PUBG मोबाइल आप लोगों ने मुझे मौका दिया मैं बहुत अच्छी लग रही थी बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स मिले थैंक यू
A beautiful match 3 right there, Blotter as 52x Rage pick up yet another $500 USD for their winner chicken dinner. But really, I'd say great performances from XGeneration and TMW in their hunt for that 16th spot.
That's so true, mate. I mean, that, 52x Rage taken that chicken dinner is all right, but more so is going to be applaudable for XGeneration as well as, of course, TMW. The way that they approached and played that circle, the zone, the fight. I mean, all of it just perfectly synchronized, And as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, these teams needed these sort of points, and that is exactly what the lobby is delivering them as well. So, and again, I mean, you called in for the zone. And that zone just moved us all the way towards the northern front, which was very intriguing, of course, to see because so many teams trying to move away from the Giorgio and then getting into, that was a chaotic situation that so many of these teams were caught in. But amazing game on map of Erangel.
Yeah, it was great fun, really. And you can see one player who certainly had a great time was Zen.
Ooh.
6 knocks, 6 eliminations, over 1200 damage. A brilliant game altogether for this player and for 52x Rage as a whole.
Absolutely. 6 eliminations, 6 knocks, wow. 1284 damage along with 3 assists as well. That is just all over the place. He was definitely zen in his moment and momentum when it came down to the map of Erangel. With that, we are going to move on to the next set of players who are going to be underneath him. And we do have his teammates actually chiming along. 52x Rage is faster, along with his teammate Pharaoh on that 5th spot. 3 and 4 eliminations respectively for Faster and Pharaoh. And then we do have SALTxi8's Uzun, all by his lonesome, getting 5 eliminations. And then Virus from Team TUF sitting at a comfortable 4 eliminations with the damage of 501. So again, when it comes to these teams, again and again, we're looking at them. One or two of these players are always there for the side of TUF, for the side of SALTxi8. And again, at times we've got FS and whatnot chiming along. But the entire lobby right now is just perfectly synergized in terms of the aggressiveness that they are showcasing from one map to the other, and therefore they're sharing the rewards as well from one game to the next. With that, as we move on through to the teams that were up on top, of course, 52x Rage walked away with that chicken dinner, a 14 elimination chicken dinner. 29 points is what they got, and then 10 points shy is going to be XGeneration. But hey, I mean, yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter because 19 points also is a big leap for XGeneration.
Yeah, it is indeed, I think for XGeneration, just getting those 7 eliminations, second spot, the 19 points, like you said, it should be enough to put them within striking distance of Redicide. Because it was a 10-point gap before this game. I think Redicide did get less than 9 points. So, if I am correct, it should mean that we've got a new team at risk at the 16th
What?
spot. And Red side will go back, but domination from
What?
Zen, man. That's what I call MVP stats.
Wow. Wow. I cannot believe this. You know, honestly, alright, let me be absolutely frank right now. As soon as that MVP came in from this game, right? And it was Zen. The first instance that came to my mind was the first Erangel game where Zen was getting knocked again and again, and he was the one who decided to get that revival on his teammate that allowed MetershotxSKY Esports to be able to just molotov both of them together. And then in the second game of Erangel of the day, Zen just completely changes his track and play, and wow, absolutely fierce dominating play being showcased from his side. And look at MetershotxSKY, they're still around. There's not that far away from that top 3 position, as they are in the 3rd spot with 4 eliminations but 10 placement points.
Yeah, exactly. And Regicide with 0 points.
Yeah, dude,
will mean that XGeneration are now number 16th in the overall rankings, and TmW will also get a big jump in that race to catch up. You know, that's out of the 60 points or so they needed, now they're just going to need 47. So both of these teams are going to be extremely happy that not only did they give good performances, but also that Regicide was towards the bottom and is able to take the brunt of the damage from these teams, they giving those good performances. But now we head into Sanhok, Blotter. It's going to be a very interesting affair, because usually Sanhok is the case of teams coming back, but actually back to this particular Erangel, we zone rotation wise, you're saying the standard drop from 52x rage, right? They do that 1-to-1 split, I believe, where one player is near Severny, 2 players are near Stolper, and then 1 player is near Kamishki.
Absolutely, and that is how they love to drop. Alongside that, of course, we do have Team Star that loves to go towards Severny as well, but that somehow 52x Rage have been able to stay away from, at least in these initial moments of the game itself. But when it came down to the entirety of the zone, this was just set up for them. You know, they did not have to move too far away. They were absolutely at the perfect location to be able to capitalize on the situation. And in fact, if we go through the actual game itself, we will notice that the side of 52x Rage actually held that point for quite some time, because there were no team. There was absolutely no team on towards that northern side, and they were just like chilling. They waited for all the teams, because those moments where they were just chilling over there in that 4th zone and 3rd zone, that is the moment where we did see a lot of teams, you know, coming in from the main island towards the northern side. And yeah, I mean, they were just perfectly set up in that zone, and it was made for them to be able to get that game. And yeah, GG approach from their side, but once again, a GG wonderful approach for TmW as well as XGeneration. And as so perfectly mentioned by you, Regicide, it is going to be now a very close battle if Regicide brings themselves closer in this upcoming game.
Lost in match 2 Miramar, lost in match 3 Erangel. Sanhok has got to be the dream for Regicide here to try and make the comeback, but man, it's certainly not going to be an easy one, is what we can say, because at this point, really, I think the one thing we know for certain is that as long as Regicide is able to guarantee themselves the opportunity, you know, get themselves a good play in the next few games, then they'll have their destiny in their hands. Otherwise, slowly but surely, that destiny will start slipping away. Having said that, what I am quite curious about is how we're going to see teams really start evolving now as we get towards the brunt end. I mean, the top more teams, like you can see Freestyle, they're playing a lot more aggressive. I feel like they think they've guaranteed their spot in the grand finals already. So they're happy to just play a lot more loose in their approach and take a lot more fights. And it kind of suits them. They are that aggressive, chaotic team.
It definitely does suit them. That is for sure going to be the case. But another thing to actually bring up is going to be that, you know, today is not the final day. Tomorrow is the final day. Today we've still got these 2 games remaining, Sanhok and of course the final game all together. And of course, these are the opportunities that we do want to be able to see the side of Regicide to be able to capitalize upon. Maybe in Sanhok, maybe in the final game, but whatever it takes, do not let the team to dominate over you, because if that lead is created massively in today, by the end of the day, then tomorrow catching up is going to be a lot more difficult. But again, let's just hope that that is not going to be the case. On the other front, as we moved on towards these fights, TmW chiming in, XGeneration chiming in, stopping SALTxi8 in the tracks. This was a really good fight. I mean, North Esports were also looking pretty decent.
Most certainly were. And you can see in these Oppo F21 Pro moments that the teams, you know, like I'm talking about, I was saying that third circle, fourth circle is where they got a lot more, I would say, touchy with each other, and then it really just ended up in a spiraling effect, where teams were again and again getting caught out of position, like you could see right there, Ferro catching out TMW. But overall, I think clearly a case of the standard play we've seen, much more cautious in the early game, much more aggressive in the late, and has become the identity of Pakistan for a while. And in that regard, of course, a reminder to all of you guys, the F21 Pro is coming on the 11th of April, so make sure you are ready to grab it ASAP. I don't think it's something you're going to want to miss.
It's tomorrow, dude. It's tomorrow. It's already 1 o'clock. It's 10th. Just one more day. Just 24 more hours. That is all. That is all you got to have to wait. But hold on. Is that stat right? After North Esports, we've got QWERTY sitting at 0-0.
Yeah, they didn't get to play this time.
What? Okay, how did I miss? What? Okay, this is no bueno at all coming in from the side of Team QWERTY. On the other front, when it comes down to another team to actually bring up, is going to be SALTxi8 again. I mean, perfect play for their side. 6 elimination points, 965 damage done in overall. But this is not what we have seen from SALTxi8. So we can definitely say that SALTxi8 are also taking a chill pill in this third Super Weekend.
I mean, yeah, we could say that. And I think really SALTxi8, in regards to at least finishing the match, have been taking that kind of chill pill. They have been a lot more calm and composed with the way they take these matches. They're not taking a chill pill though when it comes to eliminations. They're still fighting each other.
Yes.
But that second, third, fourth recycling we've got going on basically. TUF was second first, then it was QWERTY, then it was, now it's MetershotxSKY. It's just the cycle going on continuously. But in that regard, 52x Rage unseating Clarity from the top 6 with their chicken dinner.
Well. That is, again, for now, going to be the storyline for these teams. As we move on through to the second page, we shall have to see where are the teams and what bigger jump has been made. And right here we do see, of course, XGeneration jumping on to that 16th position. Regicide have been dropped down on the 17th with 128 points. 9 points shy is where Regicide is. And then from there, it is going to be another massive jump to down to 19th position where TmwEsports will find themselves. So yeah, the side of Regicide, they are going to have to try and get a little bit more done in the remaining 2 games to not allow, like I said earlier, that lead to intensify between them and the 16th position holders.
Yeah, exactly. And that gap is now 9 points for XGeneration to try and maintain. They're going to be feeling a breath of fresh air now that they're into the top 16. But boy, oh boy, the job is not done, XGeneration. You got to keep the pedal to the metal and create that gap between yourself and Regicide, or they will catch up quick, or maybe Regicide won't be the ones catching up quick, because TMW is slowly ramping up. 6 points, 5 points, now 13 points in their third game. They're consistent. That's what matters. Consistency always plays off, Blotter.
But you know what? One thing that I do want to bring up is going to be Sanhok, right? So now, for the 4th game, we're moving into Sanhok. Now, talking about Sanhok, you know for a fact that there are going to be those moments where these teams are going to be taking a very slow, passive approach in the fights. And as soon as the zone starts constricting, there will be moments where, again, it will be absolute chaos and pandemonium that will be showcased across the lobby. And as that brings itself to the face, you don't know which team is going to be caught out, right? I mean, you could have Regicide, you could very well have XGeneration, or a completely different team altogether. So the X factor sort of an approach that XGeneration could maybe capitalize upon is this game, or that could very well be said in favor of Regicide as well. So let's see. Let's see what exactly will ensue on the map of Sanhok, because this is a conversation that we've had earlier as well. I mean, me and Fixes have had as well, that when it comes to Sanhok, you might plan a different thing. The strategy might be based on how the zone is, but as you approach, as you make that rotation, you don't know how many teams are over there, how many teams actually have a third party, fourth party angle over your team. And before you are able to take on fights, you yourself up and sit down from a completely different angle that you would have never anticipated.
Yeah, exactly. And I think really that idea, the chaotic nature that Sanhok brings, is what makes it also special. And I'm excited to see what kind of new circles the PMPL gods can provide us to increase the hype in that regard, you know. But hey, we're not going to have to wonder anymore. Let's head on straight into the match. We've got the path going from the south towards the north. So maybe we get to see a Pinon circle come out. That would be pretty interesting.
Well, all I was going to say to add on to when you were talking about the zone itself was that we've only seen 1 or 2 games throughout the entirety of the league itself where the teams have had to make a water rotation. And earlier, right?
Yeah, the rotation is cursed by fixes. So if you make the rotation, you lose.
All right, so let's not touch upon that fact. On the other front, look at FS. What sort of an aggressive stance is FS approaching this game with? What exactly he's gotten into TUF as well as XGeneration? What?
This is
Do we need to
called
rehost the lobby?
strategy.
Is this okay?
It's
Wow.
called the EGK strategy. You know
What?
what the EGK strategy is, Blotter?
I have no idea.
Everyone go kill. Very simple.
Look at Regicide, look at XGeneration. What is happening in this game? All right, I guess these teams genuinely are going to be bringing that YOLO approach as we reach closer and closer to the end of the day. But wow, this is a statement that these teams are making basically right now with XGeneration, the kind of game that they had in the previous one. They're like, you know what, this is it. We've got 9-point lead. Now we're going to go all guns blazing. We're going to go all based on the skill. And Jaydeep is playing his own game. And of course, the 2 of the teammates have thankfully decided to find themselves together and on towards Kampong right now. Kampong.
Oh, and we've got that southern circle coming through. Pinon circle is what I wanted, and Pinon is smack bang in the middle of this zone the way we see it right now. But in terms of contestations, we've got Star, TMW, FMxR3D, and MetershotxSKY quite close to each other near that Paradise Resort northern area. I think for TMW, the priority has to be to just try to wriggle out of this situation ASAP. They don't want to get caught in this kerfuffle between several teams.
Well, once again, I mean, when it comes to TMW's approach as well, they have themselves fanned out. I mean, I can look at the map, the viewers cannot. But Harry, the main dude who is the one who leads the charge from the side of TMW, is actually really far away from the position of his teammates. And of course, his teammates are in crosshair of Team Star's God Fury right now. With the M4 in his hand, it is going to be one critical hit, and that is all it's going to take. But then again, I mean, the distance is so far away. Even if Team Star's God Fury is able to get that hit from this far away distance, Maliga OP is right next to him and will be able to get that revival done. But Team Star, God Fury, where are his teammates? I don't see anybody in the minimap. I'm trying to look on to the actual map feed itself, and they're kind of in the same area, so not entirely sure where they are or if they even have their crosshairs set up. Because if they do, then God Fury can definitely go right ahead and try and take on some shots against those players. But as I was just saying, Harry is a little further off north from the position that his teammates are in. Again, when it comes down to the flanked out approach that was taken from the side of FS, they have recuperated. Same is the case for TUF. XGeneration are still playing that flank 2-man split approach, and the grounders, I mean, they have Camp Alpha all by themselves. Dude,
Yeah,
the
now look at
QBZ.
Ooh. Khan has been spotted in down TMW. They needed to get themselves out of this situation, but unfortunately for them, they're just not able to do so. A teammate has been down. They're going to have to try to recover Pistar. They are closing in immediately. Sultana will finish off Khan. And the call has to be for TMW, cut your losses, get yourself in, because that's exactly what the other 2 teams that were in the area have done. MetershotxSKY and FMxR3D have left the surrounding area focused on the circle rotations.
Absolutely, and in the center of the zone, we do have QWERTY Esports also taking on shots against the players of Freestyle, where Freestyle's Wasi was knocked. But one thing that both these teams need to be careful of is there is another team right around the vicinity, and we can see in the minimap that is going to be the side of Magnus that is right behind Freestyle's position. So this, once again, is getting a lot of third-party probabilities as of now. It has not yet taken place, but another change in this entire factor is that Quantum Rage is right next door along with Regicide. They're not that far away from the position, so they definitely are going to be able to get those audio cues, and now it will be based on what sort of play style will Quantum Rage want to be playing this. Will they want to jump into this party as a third party approach, or will they just completely not do that and allow QWERTY Esports and Freestyle to have a fight of their own?
There's going to be an interesting discussion for sure as these teams try to ensure they hold on to their important spots in the circle. XGeneration right now under a lot of trouble. As you can see, SALTxi8 are moving in on them while Magnus, they move on freestyle. One by one, the players get down, leaving Avenger OP all by himself. And honestly, maybe not for long, because you see Magnus, they're coming down the mountain in the hunt for that player. And they will most likely find him quite so easily.
Oh yes, and as this fight's going on and again progressing on, we do have the players of SALTxi8 who are in pursuit of the two players who jumped on to Kampong from the side of XGeneration, and it seems like Magnus will be able to confirm that elimination point for their side, and in doing so, 2 elimination points confirmed for the side of Magnus Esports as of now. And once again, I take the conversation back to the side of SALTxi8 on the eastern front of the map, where they are very close to the Kampong region. XGeneration's 2 players who were so far out have also jumped into the area, but they're a little too late as 420 boy will be lost. And still it is 3-man army for XGeneration if they can sustain themselves against the positioning of SALTxi8 for now.
The if is the biggest question.
True.
Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble the way they are. Right now, you can see the replay coming through showing us exactly how QWERTY added to Freestyle's troubles when Magnus was pushing in on them. QWERTY just holding that compound very, very well. Now, we've got that circle starting to close in and pressuring the teams to get off of their locations, try to come through on the rotations. And right now, I think that a circle is where all of these teams are going to try and get to their predicted spots, and most of the teams right now are in the Camp Charlie Island, very few actually in the mainland, and I think SALTxi8 will most likely take a similar route once they've got rid of the team we're seeing on our screen right now, which is XGeneration, who are playing honestly with fire. Thug is by his lonesome, a couple of teammates far away. Are XGeneration coming back to engage SALTxi8? Because I'm not so sure if that's a good idea.
Well, I mean, we did see the way they dropped onto the map of Sanhok, right? I mean, they had a really fanned-out approach. They had a very aggressive stance because of the momentum that they got in the previous game. And it seems like that momentum is what they are trying to capitalize on and trying to push on their luck and press the buttons of SALTxi8. But for now, it has slowed down a little, but definitely the fear is still lingering around for the side of XGeneration. And again, XGeneration, you are not supposed to get into the vehicle. As soon as these 2 players get into the vehicle, we are definitely going to be looking at, if not the players of SALTxi8, then another team who will be able to capitalize on that audio cue that will be given from the rotation that the side of XGeneration is planning on making. And well, they will be able to get away from that position. XGeneration's Thug is left all by his lonesome, and now it is going to be Team QWERTY against the players of FMX, where, wow, Nubis, amazing control. With just a sliver of HP left, he was able to deliver a massive hit, and boy, oh boy, not only 1 but 2 players down with 0.5 HP left on Nubis. This is crazy. This is the kind of team that we were missing from the side of FMX, and here they are delivering it in style, and Team QWERTY not looking good because Destroyer and Gravity, one of those 2 strong players from the side of the team, have been eliminated. Far away from the distance, Wolverine will try and give him some knocks, but of course, yeah, the point is not going to be given to you, mate. You're so far away. Pika does go down, but of course the revival is going to be right around the corner.
Right around the corner, indeed, Blotter is. At this point, there's not much these teams can really do because they're stuck out in the open with nowhere to go, trying to get the revival on their teammates, forcing them into a stack which is getting abused again and again. The circle closing in, the teams will get an idea of where they have to make their next rotation. Anticipating that slightly southern centralized shift are several teams, and I think that's where it's going to go through more focus around Sami, Painan, kind of the Camp Charlie Island basically, and forcing teams that are in the mainland or in Camp Alpha Island right now to focus on that southern move coming through. We will find out exactly where it is, and it is that centralized shift and more of that Camp Charlie area really coming into play. And that's why I want to see how good teams are with the bridge control. It's going to be a very important factor going into the rest of this game, as many teams will try to move in from one island to another.
Absolutely will. And I was just noticing that as well, where we did have the map, and I believe a few of the viewers would have noticed as well. We did have the players of North Esports actually chiming in along from Camp Alpha to get onto the island. And as they do, they did not notice, but one player of the Grounders, Sensei, was right behind them. And his teammates are on the other main island in the comfort of the zone. So as soon as the rotation is made in the water or through the bridge from the side of North Esports, the information will be relayed, and that will be a trap set for the side of North Esports if they decide to make that rotation. But right now, moving away from that speculatory saga that might not happen, we do have Magnus's mom too. And of course, we can see in the mini map, his teammates are also around in the vicinity, very close to actually the players of Freestyle for now, are going to be slowing the game down, definitely slowing the game down, where FS have only one player surviving. So all they can do is hold, I mean, all he can do rather is hold his position. And here we go. This is the rotation I was talking about. So if we could move on to the map just for like 5 seconds, production, I would just want the viewers to be able to see the side of North Esports. All of them are in the water, and the island that they just left, that is Camp Alpha, we have the Grounders Sensei right there. He's already given away the information. We can see Sensei right here from the side of Grounders is in a vehicle, and he is going to be chasing and getting onto the main island through the bridge, of course, because his teammates are the one who are holding that fort. And now these boats, they are walking into a trap, but let's see how quick and good are the Grounders going to be able to catch out all of those 4 players.
They're certainly going to have to be they're going to have to show a lot of conviction to pull it off, and in that position you're talking about is going to come in place soon. Sensei is going to be sorting out Zameen. Back to QWERTY and Clarity right now around that Painan area, trying to just hold on. They know Painan compounds, at least for the next 2 circles, are going to be a crucial part of the area, and that's why Clarity, they've left 2 members in the western side of Painan, but keeping 2 members near the bridge, trying to prioritize multiple power points at once and give themselves the best of advantages going through into this game. But the way this circle shifts is going to really decide which team does come under pressure the most, and how North Esports continue their water rotation right now. Now I will say, normally only the botation is cursed, so technically North Esports is not cursed right now because they're in the water. But
you had to jinx it.
You had to jinx it. I uncursed them by cursing them, so now they're cursed.
Well. All right, let's continue that curse conversation to a different side altogether, because I'm looking at the map, I'm looking at the zone, and somehow I get the feeling Regicide are in a really, really good position. Right, close to them now, we do have Quantum Rage chiming in along as well, but still, the players of Regicide are looking pretty comfortable if the zone shifts towards the southern side. But again, we shall come back to that once the zone does shift. As we look onto the replay, we do have the Grounders who absolutely pincered down the players of North Esports, did not allow them to make that rotation, and the team to get eliminated on that 16th spot is going to be the side of NES. With that, look at that. Look on to the players out in the Khan and Shami, I mean, in between there is the players of Regicide, and that is a really interesting position for them. 52x Rage making a very, very late rotation coming in from the Blues, and I'm trying to find, not bad, that is a pretty good zone and a shift.
Yeah, it's going to make things really interesting, especially XGeneration. They should pick up Sami, and that's where I'm assuming Quantum Rage will also have their attention, and potentially get Quantum Rage stuck in the middle, because right now you can see Clarity, they're also abandoning their Painan location, trying to get into these small compounds that are spread across this island, because they know it's going to be one of those compounds where the circle is going to eventually end up at. But really, in that regard, I think one thing that we can be certain of with these teams is the simple fact that overall, I think for these teams, Sanhok has become a lot of those impactful fights that decide the entire game, those key moments. So as long as they're able to stay in an area they're feeling comfortable with, every team will have the capability to pull it off. But talking about comfort, TUF currently being the trolls under the bridge, I'm not sure if this is a comfortable spot, but given the aggressive nature of the team, randomly popping out of this river to surprise someone certainly sounds like something TUF could pull off.
They definitely could, and they probably will as well, the way they've got themselves set up. But again, they're at the edge of the zone, so by the time they get the opportunity, maybe the zone would have moved away. But never mind that, because right now the fight has taken on to the face of course, TmW as well as FMxR3D, where they take on a northern-western rotation to try and get into the zone. And right here, towards the eastern flank, we do have SALTxi8 taking on the players of XGeneration, where we do see both of them fall back onto their compounds for the safety net, but for how long? And with that, FS's Avenger, the final player as we were looking at a couple of minutes ago, is now going to be surrounded by TUF.
Surrounded and
Wait, what?
potentially punished as well, but
Nice.
Avenger turns it around.
Yes.
Edgar will get eliminated, but Virus is able to get the trade, but one for
Good
one
one.
elimination, not so bad for Avenger himself, but not great for Freestyle, who have been eliminated from this lobby right now. But on that note, you can see with the circle coming through, TMW held in that northern area by FMxR3D. They're just going to be hoping SALTxi8 make quick work of XGeneration, while Magnus have come into the picture now into this area, as Mom2 will find and finish off Thor. TUF currently feeling the curse of getting into the water. You know, just Sanhok water is a no-no, guys. Just don't do it.
We've got Joker and Virus still remaining and surviving for the side of TUF, and maybe Magnus is just toying with them on the other front as we move on through to QWERTY. This is how they lost to the players of Regicide. 13 teams remaining. Team Star very well spread out, and TMW, of course, they are just getting a lot of lead delivered into them, thanks to FMX also making the exact same rotation that was in the mind of TMW. But the only factor is that, well, the side of FMX, they left early, and TMW were following them in their footsteps, and of course were caught off into the blues. With that, TMW left with just that one player. That's going to be Harry on the other front as we come back to the compound of SALTxi8 and XGeneration. They're just chilling across as of now onto the southern part of the zone. They're also at the edge, and with that, the zone moves away, and as does the zone, the Quantum Rage, as well as Magnus, actually looking pretty comfortable in the zone, along with Metershot towards the north.
Star trying to just stick to a tiny area, maybe even play the heal battle at this point, because they are not going to have much room to enter the circle with TUF, Magnus, and potentially even 52x Rage in the same area, and SALTxi8 once they get done with XGeneration, or vice versa. XGeneration once they get done with SALTxi8, but oh no! 52x Rage went into the water, now they're cursed. Yeah, RIP 52x Rage, man. Look! See!
Yep.
Oh my
As
God.
soon as you pointed it out,
Water
I
is
looked at the
cursed.
map, and it turned into a plus, and that is, of course, faster right there, going down. Of course, he wants to get that revive. Pain going to be stuck. Does not really have an opening right here. And of course, TUF Virus. Yeah, he's not going to run around and not get that elimination point. He knows it's a free kill. Oh, but Stars Osama is very, very close, actually. So Team Star could very well be pushing against the two players right here off the side of Team TUF, where we do see Virus holding on that angle and being very confident that, yep, I'm going to be able to get this elimination. Let's just hope that he's able to do so before Team Star pushes, because the side of Team Star is a 4-man squad, and as we clearly do see, Osama has already retained the information, but I don't think they know that the team that is in the compound is just a 2-man squad. Otherwise, they would have already pushed.
Yeah, exactly. Currently misinformation coming into play. Star, they're trying to gain an edge in the southeastern side, and like you said, they're gonna have to make the move sooner rather than later, which will mean TUF under a lot of trouble. But SALTxi8, across this entire time, they've been in that engagement against XGeneration, and they've simply not been able to answer back. XGeneration, despite all of the issues they had earlier, still able to hold on quite strong, just maintain their spot inside the circle and delay SALTxi8 for as long as possible. Now, XGeneration, they won't get much value out of this, but it will mean SALTxi8 will get third-partied by Regicide, and potentially all of these teams right here will get massacred in that small kerfuffle, which honestly works out for XGeneration. As long as Regicide doesn't get too much, they're happy.
Well, I mean, there's one more team right there, dude. That's going to be the side of the Grounders, who have also made that southern western rotation, right? And that is something that I believe they are the ones who will finally come up on top. But before we talk about that, there is a fight taken care of right here, where TUF were able to hold on strong against the position and the placement coming in from Team Star, but it seems like Team Star were damaged a little bit. Nevertheless, Team TUF will still survive with one player, and in all of that, the zone moves away yet again, and look at Magnus Esports, the way they are setting themselves up. That is looking like a perfect spot for a chicken dinner. From the south, as you were just mentioning, we do have SALTxi8 in a little bit of trouble against the players of Regicide. But once again, the Grounders are going to be out in the blues, out in the open, the three-man army. They're just waiting for the side of Regicide to complete that fight. And as they will, the Grounders might jump in for a third party, or no, never mind. The Grounders are actually moving away, and they're going to a different flank altogether itself. But now they're going to be greeted with Quantum Rage. So, yep, fights all across the board taking place right here. And there we go. Sensei goes down, Grounders down to a two-man squad.
Oh, meanwhile, Regis are trying to capitalize on this pressure and shut down both Quantum Rage and Team Grounders at the same time, as Quantum Rage try to get a shack for themselves. Sensei has been knocked. Mr. Black trying to get back to full HP and help out Sensei, but really not in any spot to do so. IQ will get rid of him and secure that spot for Quantum Rage, as Alpha finds Kurama as well, leaving Mr. Black completely isolated with no support. Shapatar is in the blue zone. He's too far behind, and it should just be a matter of seconds before Team Grounders gets eliminated as a whole, giving Quantum Rage access to this tiny shack on the western side, which a part of which is in the circle.
Well, for the side of the Grounders, this is not what they anticipated. But still, I mean, they still have Mr. Black and Shaptar kind of surviving. But for the side of SALTxi8, I mean, they extended that fight a bit too much. And Mr. Black, look at that, with 0.25 HP, will be able to deliver a big punch. But, of course, he himself will not be able to stand after that, because Quantum Rage is serious in IQ. I mean, these two dudes, they have some amazing synergy. They always stand true when it comes to fight that they both take together. And with that, it is also going to be the players of, well, again, SALTxi8, they're still not yet done. I almost thought that they were brought down to a two-man squad, but it's not the case. I mean, they're still standing true. The revival is going to be around, and they will be able to get their player and their teammate, that's going to be Blade, revived. And in doing so, it is going to be a four-man strong army of the side of SALTxi8, with 6 elimination points confirmed for their side.
SALTxi8 will be benefited by this next circle shift. Magnus as well, who've got the only compound area in the circle, while FMxR3D, Q Quantum Rage, Shapatar from Grounders, as well as Regicide are going to have to make moves across this open area. Regicide will come under pressure from SALTxi8, as the play zone will finish off Bashir, the last surviving member of XGeneration as well. And now XGeneration's hopes tied with SALTxi8. They'll be hoping that they can shut down Regicide, while Magnus pile the pressure onto FMxR3D. These are the two teams most likely to pick up the wins, but they're trying to also pick up the eliminations in that regard. Some beautiful burst shots coming in from Adil to guarantee them that extra knock and most likely the wipe of FMxR3D.
Oh yes, they definitely do. From far away, Adil jumping in. But look at SALTxi8. They have definitely gotten a lot of elimination points from this game, and they are still not yet done. Again, just a one-man squad who's left will be able to get the revival to his teammates. Of course, Reviews, Uzum, Crypto, they're all down. But we do have teammate Blade, I believe, who's going to be able to get that revival done. Once that is all sorted around, we're going to move on along from this fight to the next, because the four-man army of SALTxi8 are yet not done. Magnus also actually have all four of their players surviving as well.
One nade could end SALTxi8 instantly, but it doesn't come, and they're able to get almost all of the revives. Uzum is still left. Uzum will get revived, but one nade, Magnus, they don't lob it. Look at this, amongst all this, Shapatar is still surviving.
Exactly.
He'll battle OP.
He just somehow, dude, there were so many fights taking place where he was at, but somehow he got away from that and got out of the blues as well. Actually, he's not in the zone as of now, but he's definitely got a little bit of cover from both the teams, and he's got the information. So all he gotta do is just not even stand actually, just lie down and just be patient. And what is he doing? Giving away that smoke to try and get into the zone is probably the worst decision.
Shabatar, he's just going to try to play it on the edge of the circle, wait for a fight to erupt between Magnus and SALTxi8. And the way that these teams are positioned, it looks very, very likely. Blade taking a lot of damage. He's going to try to reposition himself. And okay, we're going to go towards a replay. While that happens, I'm actually not even looking at the replay. My eyes are towards that live feed screen because you can see Uzum's trying to move around and find some value. But I think the replay is just trying to show us how much of big trouble really SALTxi8 was in before you could see their team was able to get the final move in. And I think really this shows us the resilience of SALTxi8. Even when they're in that much of trouble situation, they can pull themselves out.
Well, look at Blade. He's right on top of Bomb 2 right there. Look at Crypto. He's just running across. He's not even prone. He's running across with the cover, of course, of that rock to try and just damage the players of Magnus. And there we go. Blade with his UMP will be delivering Mom 2 down on the ground, and then comes in Cairo to try and get that cover, but will not be allowed. Okay, never mind my words. Adil will be able to bring in some perfectly set up spray, and that is going to be damaging the rotation, or not rotation, sorry, the push coming in from SALTxi8. A bit too over aggressive, but that's how SALTxi8 want to play this, and that's how they want to be able to complete this. They're both the teams. I mean, look at that. SALTxi8 sitting at 10 defeats, and when it comes to the side of Magnus, they're sitting at 9 defeats. So anybody's game is going to be fair and square. But right now, the fight between Reviews taken on against Mom 2, it was.
Yep.
Well,
and Magnus.
Well, Mom 2, definitely, and he will get that final elimination against Reviews, and in doing so, the chicken dinner, of course, is going to be theirs for the taking as well. But once again, like I said, nothing taken away from both of these teams because both of them had amazing elimination points. Only 1-2 point shy is where they were sitting at.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I'd really like to give props in that regard to the side of Magnus finally getting a chicken dinner for themselves, a 13.12. Again, will just guarantee safety for them. 110% now they are going to make it to the top 16. Even if they get 0 points across every game, I think they make it to top 16. So in that regard, they'll be feeling very happy about that simple milestone that they're able to achieve. But with that, our fourth match of day 2 is done, Blotter. And still, I believe with the way this has ended, XGeneration should have the lead about Regicide, but it should come down to, I think, just 1 or 2 points. It's going to be really close.
True that. And that is something that is a good thing actually for us as well, right? As well as the viewers, because it not only does include TMW now, but also has the side of Regicide trying to fight against the players of XGeneration, where XGeneration are trying to fight for themselves and their right to be a part of the top 16. So yeah, I mean, you want to be able to follow something along when it comes to that sort of a storyline, and yeah, it just makes it interesting. And as you so perfectly mentioned, it is probably going to be really, really close as well.
Yeah, it's going to be lovely going into our final match of Erangel. But we still have plenty to talk about with respect to Sanhok. We saw a rare circle coming out, but all of this chat after this small break.
Go! It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
And with that, we've got one more game remaining. But again, I mean, if we were to talk about the game that just took place on this map of Sanhok, this was a chaotic one for sure. And that was anticipated as well. Because again, when it comes down to the map, you know for a fact that there are going to be third parties. You know for a fact that as soon as the teams start delivering those punches and blows and those incredible sprays of them bullets from Scarl to the QBZ, Yeah, third parties and the fourth parties and just absolutely not having information on your opponent is what it will result to, and that's exactly what ended up happening. There again, you talk about a few select teams. They had a perfect approach to the fight, and in that we do have a deal from Magnus Esports chiming in, taking that MVP slot right now. But like I said, I mean, there wasn't just one team. I mean, Magnus, of course, got that wonderful chicken dinner, but SALTxi8 were very much part of that entire saga and the fight, and so were so many others. So it was a very interesting but very well fanned out elimination spree coming in from these teams. Now, with that, as we move on through to FMxR3D's position and the play, XGeneration, the way they played and started actually with that fanned out approach, and I mean, that was a bit too over-aggression coming in from their side. But anyhow, I mean, if that's how you want to be playing it, then it's absolutely fine with us as well, because it's just fun to see what these teams are trying to do. And they held their strong for quite some time, even against the players of SALTxi8. But in the end, of course, it was SALTxi8 who just completely stopped that team.
Yeah, exactly. And really, it showed us the power when it comes to that simple push from Magnus towards the end, right? It's something we haven't seen all the way from week 1, where they were looking at their strongest. But finally, we see the resurgence. Mom2 playing a key role, but a deal with 8 eliminations, man. Truly deserving of that MVP slot, just almost putting Magnus on his back. We're like, hey, let's go. I want to get that 500 USD for that chicken dinner. Let's go, guys. And in that regard, of course, top 2 teams, we get to see how they fared against each other. We had SALTxi8 and Magnus end up together, and the key difference is just the fact that I think for the side of SALTxi8, they were engaged in fight after fight after fight on the borders, and that's why you can see for them it's more so along the case where they had taken a lot more damage but dealt just as much as Magnus altogether. They have the same knocks, but Magnus, of course, with their better position in the circle, able to steal a few key eliminations away. Seems like my co-caster is experiencing a bit of technical issue, but that's okay. I think really when we think about how the last Super Weekend has progressed, it has been a continuous rise of the teams on the second half, and I'm glad in that regard Magnus have got a chicken dinner for themselves too. They will look to just build up momentum here and focus on how they can get prime value for their team overall.
Absolutely, and this was critical, absolutely critical for the team to be able to get that chicken dinner, because they were just kind of missing out on that mark. And yeah, I mean, overall, when it comes to the Super Weekend, it is more so on to the teams that are, of course, on the latter half of the leaderboard. But we do want to be able to see the teams that delivered some amazing plays in the first week itself to still stick true to their word. I mean, this time around, MetershotxSKY not able to get that perfect play working for them. Team QWERTY, things not working for their side. FS, again and again, find themselves in that 11th to 16th position from one game to the next. But again, see, there's just one game remaining for today, and then again 5 games from tomorrow. But overall, FS knows that they are going to be qualifying. They know that they are going to be moving on into the grand finals itself. So the teams are still just easing it out, and maybe even keeping a few of those strategies under the wraps, because they're waiting for the finals itself, where everything is going to be on the line. And maybe that's when we shall see all these teams bring in that massive play. With that, come on, see.
F21 Pro moments coming through, and with that, like you said, I think what is really going to be the focus is the fact that the teams are playing a lot more looser, you know. It's not like they're just throwing away moments or anything like that. They're just playing with a lot more freedom, in the sense that they're not concerned about their spot, and it is setting up some really juicy fights as we get to see, I think, the best of the best show us what they've got and unfold to the top way in that regard. And I think I have to really give props to particularly the team of TUF, because one thing that has been really obvious for me is that this team is very confident in its ability to play aggressively. Now, the water cursed them, that's a completely different issue altogether. But that's okay, that's going to only happen in Sanhok, so they can just take that.
Well, you called for it. You asked for it.
The curse of the water.
The curse of the water indeed. And as soon as he pointed it out, the dude has just jumped into the water. As soon as he pointed out, it was just a dead-end situation for the side. But again, on the other front, as we do have a look at the other fights that took place during this fight and the game, of course, Magnus Esports, they were slowly but surely racking up those numbers for their side. SALTxi8, they tried. Wonderful fight is what they ended up taking, but reviews again, I mean, right in the end, Adil it was, then not Mom2, my apologies. Adil was definitely lot better in terms of the health and the kit that he had on compared to first reviews, but overall a wonderful performance from both the teams. As we can see, nothing separating, or not too much separating them, apart from the 3 elimination points that are favoring Magnus. But again, as we go on down through the list, Regicide as well as R3D had a decent run. Moving on towards the latter half, we've spoken about that already. Not a good game for, of course, FS, once again. For QWERTY, definitely not what we anticipated. North Esports were nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, North Esports just disappearing, and I think more than North Esports, my eyes go on TMW immediately. 0 eliminations, eliminated in that 13th spot as well.
That was just unlucky, dude.
Not good. I mean, yeah, it was a little unlucky, but they can't afford it anymore. You know, they really need consistent performance in every single game they play, especially when they've got teams like Regicide in their top 5. XGeneration didn't get any eliminations, but at least they get a couple of placement points here, and that is really going to keep slowly eroding at the gap that is there between TMW and these teams. But Magnus, their first Super Weekend chicken dinner, getting them into that first page.
Well, $500 in the bank, looking very strong and comfortable right here on the first page. Magnus Esports. Along with that, we do have QWERTY Esports jump in a step as well with 309 points to their name. The same exact is the case for 52 Rage. The only reason they're up on top is, of course, the chicken dinner number is going to be favoring QWERTY Esports as we move on through to the second page. But yeah, before we do, let's have a look at the freestyle position as well, right? It has dropped down a number. So freestyle, again, as we did point out, their performance has gone down overall in the entirety of the day, but not more than the teams that are sitting right here, the 15th, 16th, 17th position. The Grounders, they have a lot to overcome to reach up to FMxR3D, because FMxR3D and North Esports, they are very close, like just that 8-point difference between them. And then you've got XGeneration and Regicide, who are playing a game of their own, and the Grounders is kind of in between. And yeah, they really need a good game to solidify their position, or they can just keep playing it from game to game. And yeah, that fearful scenario is still going to be pondering till the final game as to where exactly will these teams land up.
Well, I have to say, Blotter, right now though, I think really, again, the focus is going to be on whether or not Regicide can even finish this day in the top 16. They're 3 points away from XGeneration right now. So heading into match 5 Erangel, give me them drop contests, XGeneration or Regicide. Let's go. I mean, they're quite close to each other already. You know, one of them goes through Milta, the other goes through Prison. It's right next to each other. Just, you know, put a little bit on the left on your stick when you're on that parachute and just get in there, get those fights going on, get the hunt and make it happen.
Absolutely. As we move on through to the final game of the day, we bring up the schedule where the day started off with Erangel, of course, and it shall end on Erangel as well. But what team will get a chicken dinner? Which team will be the favorite one when it comes to the PUBG gods this time around? We shall have to wait and watch for that. As of now, when it comes to the statistics are going to be dictating that, well, Metershot have had a really good play on the map of Erangel. QWERTY are going to be around somewhere, along with, of course, the SALTxi8, and we do have FMxR3D, North Esports, and TUF. So, I want to see a different team from all of these that are on our screen to get that chicken dinner. Maybe Quantum Race. It's been a really long time. TMW, okay, that's a heavy hitter, but I'll take it. I'll definitely take it. Yeah, you know what? Let's put it down to this way. Let's have TMW finish in the top 6. If they're able to finish in the top 6, let's consider them the winners.
I mean, yeah, sure, but I think they want the winner, actually, like, really, you know. At least if they're not able to qualify, get the 500 USD in the bag, and just be like, okay, we got something better than nothing. But we'll have to see for sure, because I think the way it is right now, it looks quite difficult for them to actually make it happen. But hey, certainly not impossible, and certainly the case where you know, they can still try to give their best foot forward and hope they're able to pull off the right moves. But right now, we're gonna have the flight mark coming in from the northern side around that shooting range Georgiapol area, heading on towards Sanhok. This is the perfect moment for a southeastern, crazy, like almost Nova Ripnoi circle, you know. Let's get it, PUBG Mobile guys.
Oh yes, let's go indeed. Let's give a... Wait. Did you say Nova Ripnoi?
Yeah. Nova
Okay.
Ripnoi circle.
Okay. Well, that's a hard curve ball that you throw in right there. But I'll take it. I'll definitely take it. I mean, let's go all the way towards Nova Ripnoi, towards Milta Lipovka. That would be brilliant, you know. That would be the best way to close the day off. And as of now, once again, a very standard approach coming in from these teams. But the X factor in that, XGeneration. They have something else in mind. They have an opponent in mind, apparently, it seems like. Maybe. Could it be? What do you think?
We'll have to see. XGeneration right now seems like they are going to just go to the standard area, right? Yeah, they feels like they will just go towards that Georgiapol area. But I'm actually curious to see Regicide. They're not going towards the right. Are they going to stay central? Maybe go to Pochinki and never mind the Nova Ripnoi circle. We at least get a southern one.
Wow, this final game is throwing a little bit of a curveball, actually. I mean, XGeneration choosing to go down to that Giorgio has resulted in Clarity. Okay, no, never mind. Clarity is still going to be going down to the Giorgio itself. TUF is going to be around that hospital Giorgio in between region. And, okay. There are teams that are going to be really, really close. It's all going to be focused on which team gets the information. Of course, as both of these teams, XGeneration as well as Clarity, jumped on down to the North Giorgio, they saw each other for sure. As they did, now it is going to be based on getting that loot quickly and then setting up some angles so as to be able to tell your teammates exactly where did you spot the opponent. And of course, at the school apartments, we do have the players of North Esports looking very comfortable, and right around the vicinity actually is going to be FMxR3D as well. Now this is interesting for Quantum Rage to go down towards Rozhok. No, they are going to be making that rotation and going down to their known location of Yasnaya, and that will of course open up the Rozhok for FMxR3D. And as of now, finally, it seems like SALTxi8 and MeterShot are also going to be able to find their drop itself, which is going to be, of course, the military base and Nova Ripnoi, respectively, for both of them. But talking about early contestations and first blood situations, FMxR3D's one player is very, very close to Magnus Esports' players, and he's actually getting engulfed right now. So that would mean they have the information, or maybe they don't. All right, never mind. For now, we're just 3 minutes into the game, and it is just those early jitters that are going to be ensuing for the first few minutes of the game, as these teams are going to be busy looting their perfect setup for now.
And really, it's quite curious to see Farm, Shelter, Milta completely abandoned. QWERTY went to Pochinki, Regicide dropped around Gatka. All of these teams that we regularly see going over there, just abandoning it, meaning that for Quantum Rage from Yasnaya, it's just the perfect rotation. They can focus their efforts on getting to a key part of the circle, take the farm shoreline for themselves, where later circles could really end up and give them some quality. But they're gonna, for that, have to start making the moves early. You know, they can't really bank on going through late. They can't really bank on it being empty, because surely once the teams from the northern side like QWERTY, TUF, XGeneration, TMW all try to make their moves into the circle, we're gonna see some massive fights erupt around Pochinki and Gadka.
That is true. It's bound to happen. I mean, this final game, the teams have really thrown a curveball to each other as well. But again, I mean, that's fun. That's definitely the X factor that was missing from the action. And the double X factor right now is coming in from the decision being made from the side of TMW, as they are two-man split. And of course, when it came down to that North Georgia, we did see, along with QWERTY, XGeneration's entire team is there as well. So TMW getting a bit too close to fire there, but I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing. Again, first blood situation a little too far-fetched right now, as all the teams, they've got themselves segregated, apart from, of course, the teams that find themselves at that North Georgia region, wherein somehow they're just surviving so close to each other as well. But it seems like TMW are not going to be stopping. They're actually looking at a rotation from that area to get into the zone. Yep, they don't seem to be stopping.
Yeah, they're just gonna go along the Rozok Island highway and try to get into the main part of the circle. They are gonna fall in trouble though around the Rozok area, so I have to hope that they're able to be a little more careful around the area when they do approach it. For now though, just focusing on making sure that they're able to get the prime value. And look at this, SALTxi8 actually making the early move. Ferry Pier is completely empty. If they manage to get control of both Ferry Pier as well as the bridge, like maybe play a 2-2 split along Ferry Pier and bridge, they get the opportunity to gatekeep all of these teams coming in from the west, like Grounders, Freestyle, TUF. But if they don't get there soon enough, one of those teams will already set up camp over there.
That is true. That is very true. So therefore, you want to be early to make that rotation, and then, of course, be able to capitalize on the rotation from the other teams. But let's see if that is going to be what the team is going to be working towards, or a different approach altogether, perhaps. As of now, we are only 6.5 minutes into the game itself, of course, and the teams, for now, are still looking very much well versed in terms of their approach and what sort of a fight they're wanting to take and not take. For now, again, when you talk about the comfort of the zone itself, apart from a few select teams, I mean, everybody's actually in the zone. The zone itself is pretty generic and centric, so nothing to worry about. But it is, of course, going to be the curveball that will be thrown in the second and the third zone shift, where we shall have to see which side is the zone going to be dictating the fights that will be taking place. As of now, it is going to be QWERTY also jumping in. TMW have made that rotation from North Georgia to get into the zone. And all of these teams actually are wanting to go towards the center, and that is where we do have Pochinki that has been taken over or engulfed by so many teams.
Look at the bridge though again. TUF, I believe, was able to get to the Ferry Pier area first, forcing Freestyle, Magnus, Registered, everyone trying to get to those shorelines to make sure they're able to. Basically, if you get to the shoreline, the only area you have to watch is behind you on the main line, because you know you're not going to face as much pressure from Sosnovka. And if the circle does take a radical southern shift, then you can use those shorelines to make the rotations yourself. So smart moves here from all of these teams, as SALTxi8 themselves have come across the bridge, knowing that besides them, it's only MetershotxSKY, right? So they don't need to worry about people coming in from the bridge and backstabbing them. They are more concerned with trying to shut down this presence across the shoreline that all of these teams have created.
Absolutely, and that again becomes so very crucial to be able to understand the environment that you're in, and then be able to, you know, get that put together to the rotations that the teams have been making based on the drop locations that they've had. I mean, all of that combined together, you get a basic idea as to what to anticipate based on how the teams have been playing the entire 3 weeks. So that makes it very, very important that you do your homework. And of course, I mean, all these teams, you talk about QWERTY's Khan, you talk about, of course, 420 Boy, you talk about all of these lads from different teams, Vasi, I mean, Malek, they're all so very well experienced. They know what to anticipate, but then it goes down to what sort of a synergy are they working with on that particular day. Right now, when it comes to freestyle, their synergy is at a loss compared to SALTxi8, I would say.
Yeah, exactly now. Look at this now, 52x Rage moving in. I mean, stuck in this blue zone right now. They've got to get the move in real quick. I think they're all the way around Stolberg too, so... Actually, no, never mind. They're near the western edge of the circle. Just outside Godkas. Should be able to make it in real soon, but will face contestation from XGeneration. Meanwhile, Freestyle just trying to find some good ground around this area, but they have to be careful because everywhere they go, they're going to find opponent in their face, so very carefully they need to approach this. But look at Sosnovka. SALTxi8 have got a military drop sent in from their teammates, but they're not going to be able to pick it up, and they're going to be quite sad about it. That's an MG3. It could be a very valuable pickup. It should now go into the hands of MetershotxSKY instead.
Well. This is what the final game has in store for these teams as of now. We do have FMxR3D very close to the proximity of Team QWERTY. All of these teams have actually moved on down towards the water itself, down to the fjord that's available right here in the center of this zone. And I guess the teams know something that I don't. I'm not entirely sure why, but they all seem to prefer the center of the zone, and they're so very close to each other right now. Still though, we're 11 minutes almost in, and we're still looking at 64 players. No eliminations or knocks confirmed as of now, as these teams do play the final game with well, peace, I guess. I don't know what to say. This is being so very silent right now. Okay. Not anymore. As we do have FMxR3D, who was so very close to another team. Right now, they're getting pushed on against Quantum Rage, where Quantum Rage's Sirius is down, JD is down. Some amazing blows being showcased, and look at that, Magnus from far away also chiming in along to take on those kills.
Quantum Rage trying to move in for the kill right here. FMxR3D left cornered. Pika is just going to try to create some space between himself and his teammates, try to cause a distraction while his other teammate tries to get his knocked teammate onto his feet. Now Rafe should be able to get Hassan on, and with the help of Pika they can push back, but immediately now the pressure coming in from a different angle as Magnus find the knock onto FMxR3D, just not letting them move whatsoever. It's just the second circle, but fights are already erupting because teams are focused around that Pochinki shoreline area. They're sure that's where the circle will shift, but I really want to see that radical shifts out to just catch all of them off guard. But right now, the only team that is not going to be able to see that shift is FMxR3D, as Magnus move in from the kill, and they take it in convincing fashion. Now they're going to look for much more in the hands of Quantum Rage. Respect has done the scouting. He knows that there's just two players here. Once the healing comes through for Magnus, they're sure to aggress once again.
Well, they definitely are, because that is what is in... well, again, I mean, that is the best way that they want to be able to approach this situation, because they've got information, they've got the entire team of Quantum, right, close into their vicinity. But, again, it seemed like a little bit of a lull going on, but not for long, because Team QWERTY will now be taking on some heavy shots against the players of FS, and in doing so, they are themselves taking on shots as well. Their team has been damaged a little bit, and again, in the center of the zone is where we do see the side of SALTxi8 looking very comfortable out in the open, but looking very comfortable as they take on those shots, and same is the case for the side of Quantum Rage as well, as they stick themselves at the edge. But the position that they're at is definitely going to get heavy bombardment of different teams, as they are very much surrounded by a lot of them, actually. Magnus, R3D.
Now look at this, Quantum Rage coming under spray from QWERTY as Clarity look to hold on for dear life onto their spot, being pressured right now by Team Star and North Esports at the same time. Clarity just looking to hold on to the high ground though, and they've got the advantage to be able to gatekeep teams like Star, who are just on the very edge. I think Star will just make the late move when the blue zone comes very close to them and just stick to the slope of this mountain right now, which will put them in a position that will be exploitable by Clarity. We're talking about potential to exploit SALTxi8, get their eyes on a vulnerable TMW right now, who are in this 2-2 split. The nade Doesn't land perfectly, but does give that wake-up call to Al Fatiha that if they stagnate in the same spot, they will most likely get caught out. So I'm hoping TMW, they will look to make the move, not stay in the same area, because otherwise surely SALTxi8 will make quick work of them.
Well. XGeneration's Thug chimes in, gives an unexpected blow to SALTxi8's player as they prepared to take on TMW, and this opening where Uzum has been brought down thanks to the nade from XGeneration is going to be a sigh of relief for TMW, as they are now 100% aware of the surroundings, and they know that they've got another team in their ranks, and now they're going to be that much more cautious and careful to cover those angles and flanks. And of course, as we look on to the edge of this warehouse, they do have those vehicles, but for now, again, we definitely don't think they're going to be running away from that fight, because they are so very much in the center of this entire saga. And of course, in the minimap, you can see in the greens is going to be XGeneration just patiently waiting to see who rises up to the occasion, who rises up on top. And as one of these teams would, XGeneration is probably going to pounce on to take on those third parties.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to play it as smart as they can right now is the side of XGeneration. But the circle shift is going to decide it all, and it comes exactly to where XGeneration need it. Now northwestern shift coming through as XGeneration and TMW in the middle of it. All TMW need to do here to get a great game is get rid of our rank number 1 team. Which, to be honest, sounds like the hardest thing they could have been asked to do. SALTxi8 right next to them contesting for that compound. TMW, if you can pull this fight off, you're going to get some massive rewards.
Well, for the side of TMW, all they got to do is be quiet. Be quiet indeed, because we've got 15 teams remaining. Yes, the zone is favoring them, but there are some really skilled players who are just jumping across this lobby from one elimination to the next, one defeat to the other, and just pushing on along with that momentum. And again, that is clearly being showcased right here from one of these teams. That is going to be the side of Team Clarity, but not before Team Star also ends up retaliating, and 420 Boy is going to be damaged with the M249 in the name of Sultana. And before he is able to give that get that point confirmed for himself, Drollin will jump in and will be able to get that revival, maybe, because now it's a 1v1 situation between him, Drollin, with the Scarl against the opponent. That is going to be Sultana, and in fact not a 1v1, a 2v1, but Osama as well as yeah, that's going to be the end of it. SALTxi8, as we move on through to TMW, are definitely keeping a good control.
Al Fatiha, man, he's going to be certainly cursing himself, because he's stuck between literally the fire and the frying pan at this moment. They burn the ground around him, SALTxi8, and they make him come out whimpering in pain. TMW, they've lost that member, and now left to that 3-man squad is the blood in the water, that the shocks that SALTxi8 need to get the push in triggered. TMW, though, with the nades slowing them down, the stopping power very much present, though. Can they find a 3v4 against the kings of our hills? Can they find a 3v4 against SALTxi8? Unlikely, not impossible.
Definitely not impossible indeed when it comes down to the play that is being created from the side of TMW. Well, again, when it came to Revuse's play, he was that much more on point and was definitely able to give a massive blow to Harry, where Harry will not be able to give a revival, and Marlega will be going down as well. And just like that, side of TMW will get eliminated, and from that we move on to another fight altogether, where MetershotxSKY took on some aggressive plays against the players of 52x Rage, but they themselves have also taken a knock, and their teammate right here in front of our screen is going to be Avenger OP, I think, who is going to be given that revival from Maxi and his teammate Zaman. Look onto the minimap, they are a little split, they are out in the open, so tricky affair for MetershotxSKY to be able to get out of here alive. And XGeneration, again, this team, they've been so cheeky. They were so close to the fight that we just saw between SALTxi8, and now they are looking on to a different fight to maybe try and third party, because they are in the center. XGeneration are playing it really safe right now. They're in the center, they're not letting anybody know that we are here, but they have the information for exactly where all the other teams are.
XGeneration just trying to play it smart so that they can secure the F16 spot now. Remember, 16, 17 and 19 is XGeneration, Regicide and TMW respectively, and we've got 2 of those teams in the lobby and just TMW who have been eliminated. XGeneration again in the circle with this northern shift, where Regicide should be able to make it into. Is going to become an interesting battle because SALTxi8, they got rid of TMW number 1 blotter. Now their eyes are going to be set on XGeneration for sure, but before that we've got TUF and MetershotxSKY towards very much far edge contesting with each other, and TUF should now realize that if they don't get this fight done with early, they're not going to be able to rotate.
Oh, definitely. They're not going to be allowed to actually even stand up because there are so many individual teams around this entire warehouse, where Metershot is just one of them that Team TUF hopefully genuinely does know of. And look at that. Some perfectly set up Nate Parade coming in from the side of Joker Sir is going to be stopping Khatir and his teammates in the track. Look at Ash out on the flank side. So if at all the side of Team TUF tries to jump out, there we go. UMP with Ash. He is going to be delivering the X-Factor shots against that runaway situation for Team TUF, and in doing so, they just walked into the trap, and that is going to be the end for the side of TUF. We're left with 12 teams remaining, 20 minutes into this game. This is chaotic, but at the same point of time, very well played from all of these teams as they're slowly taking their steps to get into the zone. Now, Esports coming in. Sorry.
Yeah, slowly but surely making the moves, Blotter, I think. Really. Esports, as you were saying, trying to make that exact move happen, but perturbed by several teams in that regard. They're just not able to find an avenue in. It's all populated. And the same seems to be the case for 52X Rage, who are putting in a wealth of pain on Team Grounders. Darko didn't even have to do much over there. He got the necessary support from his team, but the nades perfectly set up by him is what allowed them to even access that in the first place.
Absolutely. With 4 players, all 4 players looking comfortable for the side of Esports as they make their presence felt in this lobby. 2 elimination points confirmed for their side. Overall, again, a very consistent play being showcased from the side of Esports. But down south of the map, outside the zone, is going to be SALTxi8. They are also waiting just patiently for their moment to shine in this lobby. As we look on to Quantum Rage from the eastern flank, stopping Team QWERTY in their tracks. Quantum Rage is down to a 3-man squad where Sirius is down and JD has been eliminated. So, wow. Esports are looking real good, and look at that zone shift. That makes them very much in contestation of this zone as well. But 52X Rage, if Esports can stop 52X Rage in the track, then maybe that northern side is where Esports could very well dominate.
Maybe. There's still going to be a lot of questions left to be answered right now for these teams in the lobby, as that center of the circle for Esports is occupied, but the rest of the teams are focused on just keeping the other out. 52X Rage and XGeneration combining to take down the Titans that are SALTxi8, and they found one knock. Not much more as Reviews, Crypto and Uzum, they hold on. Now Blade should be able to get back to his feet real soon with the revive coming through and none of the grenades from XGeneration landing. Will these teams pay for angering the bear that is SALTxi8, or will they be able to take them down?
Absolutely. XGeneration again, I mean, the way 52X Rage and XGeneration have combined their efforts together right now and taken on these shots against the players of SALTxi8 is definitely commendable. And one after the other, SALTxi8, they are taking on so many shots, but still they are not yet deterred. And on the other front of this zone altogether is going to be the side of Esports, completely trying to stop the rotation being made from Quantum Rage as well. And 52X Rage also chiming in to stop SALTxi8. So it's almost like one of those relay races that have been created right now, where we've got in one team SALTxi8, Quantum Rage, on the other we've got the side of XGeneration and of course 52X Rage as well. But for now, Again, when it comes to the teams remaining, we've got 6 teams remaining. Even after so much damage, even after so much of chaos that was brought to the face of SALTxi8, this team is still not done. Crypto is down. Uzum survives. Blade survives. Crypto will be given that cover. And he'll go down again thanks to 52x Rage. I mean, 52x Rage is the reason why Salt have had so much trouble right there. SALTxi8 not looking too good. But with that, it is going to be SALTxi8's play against the players of XGeneration. And in doing so, they did give a massive blow to the players of XGeneration. Thug as well as 420 Boy have been brought down, and in all of that, Bashir will completely stop the side of SALTxi8. But in doing so, he's given away his position, and that is where Esports will be able to capitalize. Boy, oh boy, this is turning into a really good game to close the day off, where we've got 4 teams remaining. Quantum Rage, throughout this entire saga, they have been taking on shots. Esports have been taking on shots. There was a little bit of a comfortable that was being showcased from the side of 52x Rage, but now 52x Rage have taken a backseat once again. This is the second time in the day that 52x Rage have decided to just let the other teams fight.
They've got the Western edge to themselves. They know as long as they play it safe, they should be able to clutch out yet another chicken dinner, and that will cap off what has been an amazing day for them altogether. But an amazing performance right now from XGeneration is what I would like to applaud. Even though there's only one player left, they've more than done their job. There's no Regicide left in the lobby, there's no TMW left, and their competition is gone, which means they will be happy. Esports, on the other hand, still trying to make the moves. They want that $500 USD prize. They found one finish already, are continuously whittling down their opposition, trying to deal with the Thorn in their side before they turn their efforts into 52x Rage. But that Thorn, it's not so easy to go. Quantum Rage is trying to play along the weeds, but they're not able to hold on. They will get eliminated. And now all of Esports focus on 52x Rage. And honestly, at this point, the winner chicken dinner is most likely going to be decided by JD. The team he's able to inflict damage on right now will end up losing.
Wow. 52x Rage setting with off all 3 players right now. Faster, Pain and Daku. They lost Pharaoh in the process. And same is the case for, of course, Esports as well. As we look through the replay right there, 52 Rage's domination. It just continues on forth.
Oh, look at this. Really nice nade setup.
Right?
Yeah, from Avenger OP. This is what started the end of Quantum Rage, but back to the live feed. We've got all of the teams inside the circle.
And
52x Rage with the 3-man squad, Esports with the 4-man squad now. In this position, again, downhill is 52x Rage, so not going to be happy about this. They will have trauma remembering that last time they were downhill, they lost the 1v3, right? And this time it's not even the numbers advantage in their favors. The nade patrol continuing on as Pain gets knocked, Faster gets burnt, and they're going to be stuck in one spot. Daku will get finished off, and now with the information of where Pain and Faster are, Esports moving in for the win, but Faster, he only is able to find one. The winner chicken dinner goes over to Esports as they pick up yet another $500 to finish off their day.
Well, this is absolutely brilliant performance showcased from the side of Esports with 1993 average, 26 total points along with those 11 elimination points. A GG play being showcased from the side of this team. 52x Rage definitely are also bringing in some consistent play in this lobby for their side. They did get one chicken dinner today, and this is going to be them finishing on the 2nd spot for this final game. Thus, remaining are going to be 5 games for this Super Weekend right here at PMPL Pakistan region. The last Super Weekend before we jump into the grand finals. And
yeah, it does seem to be the case there. I think Esports will be very happy with what they've achieved so far and will be content as they move on to the rest of the days. A casual $1,000 picked up today. That will be their focus coming into tomorrow as well, just to pick up as many chicken dinners as they can. This is the last Super Weekend, your last chance to take a crack at that $500 USD per chicken dinner prize. From next weekend, it's going to be all about the placement prices, about how far you're able to finish up, trying to get yourself into the MVP slots for that matter. And I'm actually curious about that. I wonder who is currently even close to challenging Crypto if it's still his own teammate in Blade, or if someone else will be able to get close. But all of these stats we'll have a look at after this small break.
Go! It's your chance.
To reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
I'm the real, real deal. I'm the real, real deal. Ignition, it's a bang. You know my name. I'll be your everything. I'll be your high flame.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL Pakistan Pro League, of course, powered by Oppo, of who the F21 Pro is coming out in just one more day. One more day after basically our final Super Weekend. We're going to get to see it come through, so make sure you grab that. But coming back to the discussion blotter, we got North Esports grabbing yet another chicken dinner in our final match here in Erangel. And honestly, at this point, North Esports really starting to flourish coming into this grand finals weekend, making that top 5 fight oh so spicy.
Yes, is all I can say. I mean, yes, they have made it. They've definitely made it. I mean, they've let their presence felt, right? So that definitely is going to be helping them. But let's just hope that this momentum that they've got going should also continue on in the grand finals itself and should not dwindle down. But of course, before we move on to the conversation of grand finals, tomorrow 5 more games still remain. A lot of upsets could very well be showcased in this lobby because, well, the points we shall see are not really that far apart when it comes to those final teams at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, 7 eliminations, 6 knocks though here picked up for Avenger OP from North Esports. Had some beautiful nades in there, really chiming in onto all of the damage he was able to get done. But from the side of Quantum Rage, IQ and Alphao as well having some great game. And really, again, no surprise, one player of SALTxi8 is compulsory. You know, it's like a rule of law. You can't have top 5 without SALTxi8 unless they decide to int it themselves very early and all jump off a cliff and into the water and curse themselves. Because water rotations are still cursed.
Wow. All right. That was a very descriptive explanation right there coming in from CA. But as we move on through to another descriptive approach based on the stats, we do have North Esports chiming in with 11 eliminations. And then comes in 52x Rage with 6 eliminations. 52x Rage, as was discussed earlier as well, were a little quiet in those final fights, whereas North Esports absolutely were the opposite. But moving on through to another set of stats, they've got Avenger OP chiming in with the highest eliminations as well as the highest knocks. But IQ from the side of Quantum Rage getting the highest damage and highest assist, along with FS for the longest distance elimination. Tyrant getting it at 390 meters.
And this is the thing, man. We know Quantum Rage has so much firepower. It just feels so weird when they disappear for days at end. A decent performance from them, most definitely, in this final match of Erangel. But the question remains, where has Quantum Rage been? Because we haven't really seen their firepower translating into something more in the last few weeks almost. But hey, a big game for XGeneration, 12 points picked up, while Regicide just pick up 3, increasing the gap between them and Regicide even further. And TMW especially picking up 0.
Yep.
I think at this point we might as well just call the fight down to XGeneration and Regicide. Currently XGeneration is winning it, so we'll have to see can Regicide bring it back tomorrow. I think again one key change has to be Miramar, man. They got 0 points from Miramar today. It's not good whatsoever. It's your best map. You cannot afford that map to go 0 points.
I mean, you know what? In your fairness, in your points fairness, I do believe that you have that game set up in your mind, and that's the reason why you bring up Regicide on the map of Miramar to that limelight. Which, to be honest and blunt about it, is not exactly
They
true
won like
facts.
5 or 6 chicken dinners, Blotter. What do you mean? They
Dude,
only win
no.
chicken dinners on Regicide.
No, because again,
Miramar.
when you start looking at their gameplay itself, it's no. Not going to be happening. Again, when it comes down to when it comes to the side, the pressure level, whenever it starts peaking, the performance starts dropping. And when they're just playing YOLO, then they are just absolutely pinched down. They're like the Hulks in the lobby.
I mean, I can see what you mean. I still think they are quite strong on Miramar as a whole. But wow, that nade setup from Daku, just interesting bounce. He was in a 1v3 basically, and with a little help from his teammates, he managed to pull himself out of that frying pan and get away with an entire squad wipe on Team Grounders. So beautifully done by Daku in that regard. But as you can see, as we approach the end of this area, 52x range, I feel like they tried to take a fight too many, and that's where they really got pincered down by North Esports, who played it beautifully. You can see even in the circle right now, they had to contest with Quantum Rage first, who they shut down, then at the same time dealing with the presence from XGeneration from the south, and then moving together as a unit on Quantum Rage to finish it off, 52x Rage to finish it off, just making sure that they get that chicken dinner step by step and pulling it off perfectly.
Oh yes, and with that, as we move on through to the final few moments of the game altogether itself, we do know who got that chicken, and it was none other than North Esports, their second chicken dinner of the day, with Wenjeropi's perfectly set up nades against Spain, and then pushing on to complete the entire fight and get that, like we said, second chicken dinner, $1,000 in the bank, looking pretty comfortable and confident in terms of their approach in this second Super Weekend, their second Super Weekend, our third Super Weekend. On the other front, talking about TmW, sitting at that, not what we wanted from their side. Clarity, sitting on that 15th position with 665 damage that they were able to dish out. FMxR3D, again, not the kind of play that was anticipated from them to close the day off, but that is what is available in store for them today, apparently. But again, tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow we still have 5 games remaining, and it is all going to be based on how these teams approach those final games. That will give us a basic hint as to what to expect from the grand finals.
A basic hint indeed. We see Quantum Rage moving up 52x Rage and Magnus as well, as Team H2E keep falling down the ladder given their lack of presence in this Super Weekend. But so far, MetershotxSKY are our chicken dinner leaders. I wonder if SALTxi8 will actually start catching up to them. Like, they are playing mighty strong with respect to their aggressiveness, but not getting any more chicken dinners. But the real action lies in this page 2 area, around that 15, 16 and 17 mark. Actually, the Grounders with some debilitating performances in the last few matches. You can see XGeneration starting to catch up to them, just 16 points away. Regicide 12 points away from XGeneration. That 15, 16, 17 battle is going to be oh so fun to watch tomorrow, Blotter, for our last day of the Super Weekend. And the dark horse is going to be TmW. They're over 70 points away. It's going to be almost impossible to make it happen,
Dude.
but maybe.
Dude, so one question that I want to have is, look at that 13th position, right? We've got 4VT TFD. They're sitting on the 207 points. Now, you move that all the way down to 17th position. Right there, you've got Regicide sitting at, let's say, 140 points. So, again, that 60-point difference, if this team can pump up that many points in 5 games, then that would mean maybe 4VTFD's journey stops right there. There is a little bit of a possibility. Would you say yes, or do you think that also is going to be a bit too
I
much to
think
ask
it's
for?
unlikely, because it's not just one team that has to get 60 points, right? It's every
All of
team
them.
under for
Yeah, yeah.
VTFD. So
Exactly.
it's going to require an insane performance from all of them, and we'll have to see if they can make it happen. But I think the Grounders is definitely in some trouble. And of course, XGeneration too, if Regicide is able to make a rally play. Honestly, if Regicide performs the way they did today, it will just be XGeneration and Grounders moving on to the grand finals, and we'll hope that they're able to pull back. But looking at 52x Rage, who had a phenomenal day so far, Pharaoh and Zen especially with 11 and 10 eliminations respectively, just showing off that firepower on 52x Rage.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, this team of 52x Rage has been one of those teams that was not under the limelight, but now they definitely do deserve to be under the limelight, as they have honestly stood up to pretty much all the teams in the lobby, to and that too with the real perfect synergy working in their favor. And with that, we move on to the overall ranking, and this is something that you were talking about, right? The overall leaders, where we do have Crypto leading the charge, and 16 points shy is going to be 420 boy. Okay, so this is maybe going to get a little bit closer when it comes down to the grand finals itself, because that is when we're going to be looking at the MVP rankings, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, I believe so. For now, the elimination leaders, Edgar sticking in that top 5, Joker not too far behind. And I do like the fact that Wolverine and IQ are back in these top 10 rankings. Shows you that they're still putting in the work, you know. But 420 boy starting to get nice and close to Crypto, just 900 damage or so away. Could potentially take away that lead tomorrow if he's able to put in a phenomenal performance. But Crypto has been the king so far, so I'm expecting he'll just stay there.
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing stopping Crypto away, to get away from that position, right? I mean, since the start of the league itself, Crypto has stuck on that first position. But with that, as we move on through to the day summary, we started the day off with, of course, MetershotxSKY getting away with the chicken dinner. Moving on through to TmwEsports, who needed those many points to be able to get a big boost in terms of their placement, and again, that's how they closed the day off. So definitely solidifying their position in the top 16, along with, of course, the Erangel game going to 52x Rage, and Magnus taking the game on the map of Sanhok with, of course, the 13 elimination points that we saw. So very fanned out approach from the side of these teams. We did not see SALTxi8, we did not see FS, QWERTY, you know. There are just different teams that are definitely rising up to the occasion, which is a good thing.
And if you want to keep seeing this action unfold with the final day of the Super Weekend coming tomorrow, make sure you follow all the PMPL pages, subscribe where it is necessary. Don't miss out on a single piece of the content, action, whatsoever it is, an extension of PMPL, because hey, it's just starting to get real intense now. We're nearing the climax, we're nearing the ending. Now is not when you want to just dial off, now is when you want to stay glued to that screen. But with that, we do know that today will be ending. We're nearing the end of our show. It has been a phenomenal day. Like you said, for those second page teams, we finally saw some movement in that XGeneration Regicide battle as XGeneration took over that 16 spot. So tomorrow the narrative will be all about Regicide if they can try to make it happen. But tomorrow will be where we will see you all again. For today, good night. Bye-bye.
Take care.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैग टैग दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार देवा पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस लगी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 knocked out करूँ दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ बिना चिकन देना कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तस्मा जो बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखने दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाहता लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है when I shoot it like I'm falling on a flat TV तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे